on your table? Like, wow, that sounds so awesome, isn't it? Good morning. Lovely. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our distinguished speakers and esteemed delegates to the 13th edition of LHIF. My name is Usha and I'm going to be your host for today's session. Life Sciences and Healthcare Innovation Forum, initiated by the Nasscom Centre of Excellence for IoT and AI, a Digital India initiative, is a flagship collaborative platform that brings together healthcare providers, pharma companies, and medtech enterprises, technology developers, government agencies, startups, innovators, and academia to discuss how indigenous innovation is addressing current challenges and creating new opportunities for the future. The 13th edition of LHIF has the theme AI4Care, Shaping the Future of Healthcare and Life Sciences. AI is becoming a transformation enabler for the healthcare and life sciences sectors. Some of the ways AI-led implementations are creating an on-ground impact, including the following. Improved diagnosis, where AI-empowered solutions are helping diagnose diseases faster and more accurately, thereby reducing the burden on the clinicians. Precision medicine, in which AI-led solutions based on omics data are enabling precision therapeutics protocols for chronic and vector diseases. Drug discovery and real-world evidence, where AI is being used to accelerate the drug discovery and development process by identifying new drug targets, predicting the safety and efficacy of new drugs, and subsequently managing clinical trials effectively. Public health, where AI and digital technology solutions are getting deployed in the primary care settings and district hospitals to enhance population health standards through preventive screening and prediction of disease outbreaks. Insurance innovation, where AI-powered algorithms are mitigating the underwriting risk and preventing fraudulent claims. Data security and privacy, where AI tools are enabling the enterprises to mitigate the cybersecurity risks and adhere to data protection regulations. So, very warm welcome. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to a very insightful day. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra, CEO, MeitY Nasscom Centre of Excellence, IoT and AI, for the welcome address. Can we do this with a bigger round of applause?
A very good morning to everyone here. Another wonderful morning in the city of Bangalore. We always keep guessing, today will be a rainy day or a sunny day. So it can be sunny day in the morning and rainy day by the afternoon. So people who are not familiar with Bangalore, but we had a good start, sunny start, and what a wonderful topic we have. I mean, a lot of us may find it wonderful. So a lot of us may be thinking yet another technology. I think a lot of people we have a fairly diverse ecosystem in the room, represented by large medtech companies, pharma companies, medical practitioners, startups, some of the government representatives, and so on. And people have come from different parts of India to be part of this, and we are fortunate to have been initiator of this first innovation forum in healthcare, which is Government of India, Government of Karnataka, and other state governments who are enabling this initiative, where we are working towards driving more innovative solutions, more innovative technologies coming out of India. A lot of you who are medical practitioners or who have been inside the hospital as patients, we have progressively seen role of technology in healthcare. The equipment lying in the hospital have become more sophisticated, more advanced, sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller, but definitely we have seen progression in the advancement in technology, be it in MRIs or be it in some of the other diagnostics area especially. AI some of us may think is a yet another technology. While it may be another technology, but the role AI is going to play is not going to be an ordinary change that it will bring, be it in healthcare or be it in different domains. So this topic of AI in healthcare is going to be discussed while we're doing it today in 2024. We are going to be discussing this even 5 years from now. The changes it brings about, the life it impacts in a positive way is going to be immense. So as a nation which is known for digital technologies, which has made its name in the world for the IT, and Bangalore being the IT capital of the world, the most appropriate place to discuss this topic. We delve into some of the things that are happening, the innovative solutions, the innovative technologies being developed in India, in different parts of India, while Bangalore takes a lead, but every part of India is contributing to it. And we use this forum to share some of these newer developments, to share some of the challenges. Not everything happens so smoothly and not everything is so rosy. But together as an ecosystem, we endeavor or we work hard towards making this thing a success. And believe me, the technology is moving so fast. I, having spent all my life in technology, I feel only I am 50% there. So it is a requirement that to make this a real success, all parts of the ecosystem have to come together, because there's a lot of domain knowledge and decisions that are taken by the doctors. There are a lot of things that are developed by medtech companies. There are a lot of things which are done by the startups and so on. And government is, of course, important for the regulation and even support. So there's so many different parts of the ecosystem that have to come together to take us from point A to point B, while world is moving and we cannot be left behind. So as much as, we believe that this is going to be there, let's take a little peek into how things are going to look into future. Our team has put together how AI is going to be. When we look at the world, let's go back into the future. 20 years from now, how will we look back into 2024? This is just a sort of a humorous take on how things are going to change. So,
hello everyone, welcome to AI4Care 2050. I'm Sanjeev Malhotra, the AI version. My human counterpart is in the year 2024 right now, probably wondering why his phone still needs charging. But don't worry, I've got all his wisdom, charm, and none of his back-to-back meetings.
And I'm Dr. Devika, your favorite AI doctor with a 100% accuracy rate and a 0% tolerance for excuses like, I'll start my diet next Monday. Sanjeev, your stress levels are looking suspiciously low. Did you finally switch to decaf?
Decaf? Never. I just upgraded my relaxation protocol. Now I can meditate and hold board meetings simultaneously. Talk about multitasking.
The perks of being digital. Speaking of upgrades, Sanjeev, do you remember when humans used to rely on wearable fitness trackers? Now, we've got embedded health chips that monitor everything from your cholesterol to your karaoke performance.
And let's not forget telemedicine. In 2020, people were excited about video calls with doctors. Fast forward to 2050 and we've got holo consultations. Patients don't just see their doctor, they can actually shake hands. Well, virtually, of course.
Absolutely. And let's talk surgeries. Robotic precision has gone beyond the operating room. Now, we are talking nanobots performing surgeries from inside the body. The best part? No scars, just a little tickle.
So true, Devika, and for all the humans out there, rest easy. We're here to enhance your lives, not replace you.
Alright, Sanjeev, before we wrap up, any last words of wisdom for our audience?
Just one, embrace the future. Technology is here to make healthcare smarter, faster, and more personal. And remember, in 2050, the only thing outdated is making excuses. Let's keep innovating, learning, and improving together. Hello.
So, Dr. Devika is a fictitious doctor, by the way. She does not really exist other than in the virtual world. And we are going to see a lot of these Dr. Devikas as we go forward. Healthcare is going to be 24/7. We will, this while the assistants will be there, this will be a sort of making lives of the doctors much more productive. It will take away a lot of repetitive tasks. It will make each medical practitioner far more effective, far more, I would say, accessible to everyone, and it's going to be obviously good for the mankind or the humankind, right? And this is the direction we are going. And is there anyone who believes here, that AI will have a lot of on the negative side effects also, right? I mean, there is a topic in AI called responsible AI, and that's a branch by itself. So some of it has already come. When you come to pathology, when it comes to reading X-rays and reading the blood reports, AI has already been incorporated in some of the diagnostic labs in India, and be it in the digital microscopes. If you ever have a chance to go into some of these pathology labs, you will see a big change from what it used to be when the manual process to how automated it is. So while AI is going to change a lot of things, but the change is going to be positive. We can't be afraid of things. We have to embrace it quickly, and embrace it effectively, and together we look forward to taking this journey into the future and making our lives and the lives of the patients better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we look forward to a very engaging and exciting day ahead of us. We now begin our first session on Leaders' Insights on AI4Care. And please join me welcome our esteemed leaders joining us on the dais. I start by inviting the moderator for the session, Mr. Venkatesh Babu, Bureau Chief, The Hindu Business Line. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today. And may I invite Mr. Srini Mahalingam, Mr. Srini from GAV, sir, please. Mr. Ramakrishna Rao, GEHC, and Mr. Venkatraman Ravi Danha. We have a video before I hand it over to our moderator. Can we have the video, please?
In the symphony of innovation, Nautilus Hearing Solutions, a Hubli-based startup, found its rhythm at the Katic Nasscom Centre of Excellence. With Katic COE support, Nautilus introduced the TV diagnostic audiometer to the Karnataka Institute of Medical Sciences.
Hearing Solutions Private Limited. Our journey began with a simple yet powerful idea: to bring accessible and affordable hearing healthcare solutions for the people who need it lost. Hearing loss, which is affecting millions globally, is expected to be double by 2050. So the need of innovative solutions is necessary. The need for innovative solutions has never been more critical. Our association with the MeitY Centre of Excellence, which is located at the dynamic Kannada Bengaluru, is a turning point. It not only provided us a platform, but a family of innovators and supporters who believed in our mission. What makes our journey more inspiring is that I come from a Tier 2 city called Hubli.
Myself, Dr. Ravindra Gadar, head of the Department of ENT, KIMS Hubli. We are the tertiary care center in the entire North Karnataka, where our entire patient load is per day around 120 to 180.
ಹಲೋ, ಮೈ ನೇಮ್ ಇಸ್ ನಿಖಿಲೇಶ್. ನಾನೊಂದು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ರೇಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ KMC ಹುಬ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟು ನಾಟಿಲಸಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. 200 ರಿಂದ 300 ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗಿಗೆ, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ಗೆ, ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಅವಾಗ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹಾವೇರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ, ಗದಗ ಈ ತರ ಏರಿಯಾದಂತ ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹುಬ್ಳಿ ತನಕ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 50 to 60 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು.
The introduction of the Nautilus device has significantly enhanced the ability to conduct precise and efficient hearing tests. The streamlined process has resulted in quicker assessments, allowing for prompt diagnosis and treatment recommendations. Patients and doctors have expressed satisfaction with the modern and user-friendly technology, contributing to a positive overall experience at KIMS.
From the Department of ENT and from the entire KIMS Hubli, we sincerely thank the MeitY Centre of Excellence. It's been a Herculean task and they have done a wonderful job.
The impact has been incredible. Faster, more accurate results and better outcomes. It's been an honor to witness that our innovation is making a real difference in people's life. I wanted to extend my profound gratitude to the Kannada MeitY Centre of Excellence, not just by providing this opportunity, but for their unwavering support. I invite you to be a part of this journey for making hearing healthcare accessible. Together we can create a world where innovation meets impact and dreams become reality.
Over to moderator, sir.
Hey, good morning everybody. First of all, thank you for taking the time to be here. Very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason, given the notorious traffic of Bangalore, that all of you actually managed to. I'm told that a couple of us panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic. So very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue. So of course we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bangalore and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech, but like all journalists, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that, it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi. Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He is with Danner. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. a little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way. But today, if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay, so AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danaher is doing, what is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation. But why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning. All right.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay, thanks for being here. Yeah, please do continue.
I know Ram well, so later on the latest hour one. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, cure or delay. So Leica Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc., etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will. I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff, to get results back 6 hours later, to a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life including, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do. When I did X-ray diffraction, you have Debye cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous, data is available, data is curatable, data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. We used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions on the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, when I was small and went to a doctor, there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. We are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias-free. It can say, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out, massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. The way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code, they say any early stage technology, there is a lot of, we overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is yet another, and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around them. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world is there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this, Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? And the human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also they are also a manufacturer. Who doesn't know GE Healthcare? Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year. Venkatesh, the first point that I would say about AI is, what does AI stand for, the definition of AI? And many of us have been discussing this in the past few years, but I want to explicitly insist here that AI, especially for healthcare, is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And the reason I say that is, while we all embrace technology, we are looking for AI to solve many things for us, not sure if I'm ready to completely rely on Dr. Devika now. And Ram, you missed Dr. Devika from 2050. Okay, you can ask Sanjeev. He's been treated by her. So, augmented intelligence, because the clinicians, the physicians, nurses, they still exist, they will still exist, right? And how AI can help to take out a lot of inefficiency from the system, take out a lot of non-productive activities that are being performed them. All this is how will make AI really efficient and make the physicians do a better job, right? And that's why I keep saying that it's an augmented intelligence, especially when it comes to healthcare. I'm okay, somebody, a chatbot talking to me for my banking transaction, validating my, login password and all that. That's fine, right? But still I need the touch and feel by a doctor. If not 100%, at least I would be satisfied with that, right? With that said, I just wanted to now get into some specifics about how this AI will be a journey in the healthcare sector, right? Again, going to 2050 and meeting Dr. Devika, how it could be a journey, right? When it comes to AI in healthcare, we all start thinking about precision medicine and all this technology, to make it the personalized healthcare, personalized treatment, etc. Right? We directly jump into the clinical part of it. But there lies a major thing before that, the non-clinical part within the healthcare, which is the operational aspect. So I would categorize AI playing a major role in the operational aspect and then the clinical aspect. Not in any form of sequential, but then there are a lot of operational aspects where AI can play a major role, take away the inefficiencies that I just mentioned, thereby then focus more on the clinical aspect to it, right? A classical example is on the billing area. The data exchange between hospitals, providers and the insurance companies, the payers. And then a lot of operational things happening, how a patient can be discharged quicker than making them wait even after the treatment is completed by 10 a.m. in the morning. Majority of the discharge happens late in the evening, right? That's the reality today. How AI can play a major role in these operational aspects, right? And other part I want to talk about on the category of AI, right? Two categories. One is the prediction aspect and the second one is on the new kid in the block, Gen AI, how they can play a role, right? Prediction is there for quite some years and how we can make it more efficient. Like, can we predict an hospital acquired infection? Thereby we can save more lives. That's on the clinical aspect. Can we predict a better bed management in hospitals? Not just saying that how many beds are available today. Can we predict for the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, how the bed management can be planned so major hospitals can make it very efficient that the patient doesn't have to wait to get admitted, right? That's an example. The second one is on the Gen AI part, right? How the unstructured data, right? Venkat talked about the, we being the source of a lot of data available, right? How the unstructured patient data can be utilized and then that can be efficiently translated into a precise summary for the doctors to take some clinical decisions. So this is how I've put the context of AI in the healthcare. I talked more about the hospitals and insurance, the payers and providers, because that's where, GS Lab GAFs as an organization, we do a lot of work with a lot of our healthcare customers. So with that, I would conclude here, and for any questions, I'll take it later on.
So Srini's contention is it's more of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, and this is a journey, a continuum rather than an end point. Both points well taken. Ram, you represent probably the 800-pound gorilla in the medtech space. What is GE's perspective on what role AI is doing in shaping the entire discussion around all the topics which have been flagged till now?
Hey, first of all, good morning. I got late. I wake up and just look at my Google map. It said it take like 1 hour to reach from Whitefield to the this place. Instead of starting 8 o'clock, I said 8:20, let me start. Then Google is automatically updating, hey, traffic is going like 1 hour, 1 hour 20 minutes. Finally landed very late. I missed the first talk, sorry about that.
They need to incorporate better AI. Google needs to get its act together.
So, thank you. And quickly, I think I come from GE Healthcare. I think most of you know about GE Healthcare equipment. And Ravi talked about it is basically we are at a place where a lot of data, we have to use a lot of perspectives and all those things. And Srini touched about an important aspect. Everybody talked about artificial, it's augmented. I just add a little bit more on that one. It's called augmented because it is not just the data you take a decision, right? You have to give some additional information, thereby a clinically better decision is made. That's why it's called more augmented instead of artificial. That's how the definitions are evolving. I think before we jump on AI, GE Healthcare did a survey of across the globe in 2023 because we also want to understand how, first of all, the patients are feeling about using, the data-driven decision rather basically clinician comes to them. That's one study. And second thing is how is entire clinical ecosystem is placed, because we talk about AI, but at the end of the day, the doctor who is there, the clinician, he takes the decision there. How much load they have it, right? the second aspect. And third aspect here is, hey, how data is coming. Today, for example, most of you, when you go to the various hospitals and various clinics, you may go to hospital A, they will have one kind of report structure for your pathology, the X-ray, the CT, everything. They give you something. When you go to hospital B, because you want a second opinion in case if you have something major you observed in your body, right? Then that structure is different, right? So the entire data ecosystem is one more angle. So if I take a step back and see the problems, right, it is not that AI is taking away anything. First of all, the population is growing and the clinicians are basically, the practitioners are reducing. The data shows that 2030 will be shortage by 10 million clinicians across the globe, okay, because the population is growing. Why 10 million clinicians are less? Because by 2030 the aging population also going to touch like 400 million people getting added additional if you're age 60 plus. That means you have aging population, you have less clinicians. That means we have a huge problem to solve. So we need a technological intervention here, and that's where we're trying to look into how you technological interventional here, thereby you could solve this problem. Okay, the first thing is, I think Srini touched upon a clinical versus basically operational. So I go operational, two aspects again. A, I think, billing to discharge, those kinds of things. But more important today, if you go to the hospital, end of the day, the doctor, radiologist has to sign on the report. Even though somebody types for him, he is the end man to sign on the report, say yes, good or bad, or they have to do next intervention. That means the doctors are doing, I think I would say this, the study shows that the doctors are not even spending 60% of the time on clinical aspects. They're trying to spend in terms of documentation, in terms of understanding data, in terms of correlating a lot of those things. So the intervention of, I think, the technology would be useful if you can assist the clinicians, right? You go to any big hospitals in Bengaluru, any other place across India, across the globe, the top-notch hospitals, the clinicians are overloaded because everybody want to go to him to get a better perspective. But think about if you augment a technology with getting all there together, help the clinicians to make a right insights. That's where we intervene with G Healthcare, our equipment and all those things. Not just taking a data. Can I help basically a clinician to basically at least screen out, which are not very big cases? Can you help? Can X-ray machine by itself, can it help screening the basic level of the things? Can CT machine can get me the right kind of screening, thereby the image is much better. For example, if you go to any MR machine, I think most of you, if not, touch wood, I don't want you to go to MR machine, but if you go to MR, it sounds a lot, right? It is basically phobia. You think about when you move around, the image won't come properly. So can I help to get the image correction automatically, even though the patient moves around? So what I'm saying is, how do I assist a clinician to take a better imaging, better diagnosis? That's where we try to intervene. Thereby the clinician load will be reduced with technology. Second thing, once the clinician load is technology, so you can do more work. The second thing is operational aspects. I think people touched upon that. I don't want to go well into it, but I want to go clinically deep a little bit more. I think we talk about precision health I think across the globe. If you go and type in Google, you get number of articles, number of things that precision healthcare means. But what exactly you want precision healthcare means? Because as an individual, each one of us also a patient at some point of time. When we want something, we want to know immediately, right? You do not want to wait. For example, most of us have phones. We go and Google it or WhatsApp it, right? There's two universities available today very easily in our hand. But you really want to know whether you want to consult next level or not, right? So how do we do that? That's more important thing. Because today the 95% of data in hospital or a patient is underutilized, or I would say not even utilized at all. So I think precision health comes into picture here, that how do I make sure the basic things taken care at home itself? Thereby your 50% of your BPs and sugar levels can come down because anxiety can be reduced. So the care is moving from hospital segment to the home segment. That means you really want the care immediately. It is not about I go to hospital, I go and get the clinician. No, you want immediately. So the other aspects growing in the world here is, how do I get precise information about my health condition at that moment when I want it? And that is going to be the huge task for entire ecosystem, both in technology, the device manufacturers, or clinicians. How do you bring that to when you want it precisely? And that's where the technologies are going in. And now now with all these challenges, think about how I use my artificial intelligence in more accurately, or augmented intelligence. Because way back, people have rules. For example, hey, if I have sugar, let us say if I go on a fasting, I get below 100, I'm good. Now that went away, right? Now precisely like I want 100.5 or 95, thereby my diet plan could be modified. That's called rule-based learning. From rule-based learning to deep learning came like 5 years back. Now the things are talking about a Gen AI or a chatbot. Now we're going a little bit deeper. You want to take a lot of data together and give a precise information. So I think that's where I think it is very early stage to tell like how augmented intelligence is going to change the world. But definitely there are a lot of problems in the world which actually technology has to intervene, thereby it be much better place to live. That's where I would put upon the point. Thank you.
All the three of them seem to be selling this lovely vision of the future, wherein 5 years back it was machine learning, now it's deep learning with neural networks, leading on to Gen AI kind of a thing. Even before I proceed to ask my next question, let me ask you, the audience, how many of you here are wearing either a smart band or a smart watch or a smart ring, anything around? Could you raise your hands, please? A significant chunk of people are doing so. The amount of data which is put out, how do you ensure that privacy concerns are addressed, that data is secure, that it's not misused in any manner? How do you ensure that the data which is generated, somebody like you who was saying that because you suck in so much amount of data, that there is no bias in the algorithms which you deploy? And also on issues surrounding regulation, whether this data should be retained within the country. If you look at India is fighting a huge battle to ensure that data remains within the country. Why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving your perspective in terms of how do you ensure on all these four measures, somebody like a global corporation like Danaher is addressing these challenges?
I'll touch upon a couple of them. I'm not going to get into government regulations on where the data should reside. That's for the regulators to decide. But you're absolutely right. Data is the new oil. Data is powerful, and the owner of the data is the individual. Those are, I think, universal truths that have been accepted. Connected instruments or connected data generation sources is a reality. I don't think we're going to ever go back from it. So the question here is, how do you work in a connected, networked, data-rich environment where this is spewing my heartbeat to somebody right now, right? And make sure that I have control over how that gets used. Governments have done a good job. Different governments, regulatory agencies are at different stages of evolution, and here is where fast adoption seems to be the key. Then we get some watershed events like the Cambridge Analytica situation that happens, congressional hearings happen. So the awareness around how to control and put ring fence and blinkers around what's accessible, what's not accessible, and what to do with the data that you have. The regulatory space is quite active where it can be controlled. Then there is another element around cyber security where there are intentional people trying to get this data to do unintended things, right? So regulations and technology solutions around cyber security, they come hand in hand. There are so many ethical committees, and there are organizations of renowned scientists looking at where the power and the control lies. And the good news is, and now as an individual, not as a corporation, as an individual, I've never heard any debate around who owns the data. It has always been at the individual. I mean, every country, every company agrees to that. How do you enforce it is where regulations are evolving. How do you protect it from cybersecurity, from people who want to use it for unintended purposes, where cybersecurity comes in. And it's a lock, step and barrel. There will be some missteps, like we heard the famous Cambridge Analytica situation, but it's going to evolve. Now, where should the data reside for a different country or ethnic population is something that I would leave to regulatory agencies, because there are some data that is universal and can benefit everybody in the right redacted curated form. And there are some data that are very specific to me. I mean, my biome, my gut biome and my genetic makeup is very different from Ramakrishna's. I mean, I wish I was like him, right? But I'm not. And there is an individual data that is useful only for me, and there is a generic data that is very useful for curing a whole bunch of things. That right balance, I leave it to the regulators and the think tanks to do.
From a very layman's perspective, Srini, if you were to look at, we keep hearing of data breaches daily basis across the world, intentional, unintentional, whatever the reason be. What if based on leaked data, I am denied health insurance, for instance, because of whatever my metrics are, and based on that? How do you address this kind of ethical challenges? Because that's a key component when AI actually does get rolled out in a larger manner.
No, it's a very broader topic that we are getting into. Again, I'm not getting into the aspect of regulation and all that. I think the key to all this, whether it's AI or any other technology that is using the data, we need to have data protected during two things, right? One is the data in transit, the data in motion. Other is the data that resides somewhere, right? So data residing somewhere is how the individual entities is protecting the data of the patients. Right now, there is really no very structured mechanism around the world. And it's very hard to do that as well, because every entity is having the patient data to themselves, right? And we need to put the basic things about whether you follow all the regulations, in globally if it's HIPAA or high trust, etc. And then in India we have the DPDP and all that. While I'm not an expert in that specific area, that has to be followed, and we need to have an audit mechanism. And when we have an AI solution deployed or implemented, we need to follow the same governance mechanism. The second is the data in motion. When we actually have the data shared across, we need to have some structure in place to be employed. That's the reason why we had HL7 brought into picture, and then now the fire standards are getting into, everybody started following the fire standards now, right? And that's again, Gen AI will play a role here in how an unstructured data of a patient's data can be converted into a structured data. Thereby it gets into that box, so that any governance around that can be easily followed. Otherwise, if you leave the unstructured data, you cannot have a patient's X-ray or a radiology notes just shared with anyone else over a fax. It is happening, but is it safe? I doubt it. That's why Gen AI will play a major role in making the data structure, thereby getting into that box which is governed by all these regulations.
Since GE Healthcare sells in 100 plus countries, Ram, how do you ensure that there are no algorithm biases? Do you structure each of these missions according to a country in which it is sold? How do you address this kind of challenges? That's one. Second, can AI actually bridge the infrastructure challenges of the Indian healthcare sector? For instance, all of us know the amount of shortage of doctors, the amount of shortage of beds. Can AI ensure that it addresses and bridges some of the infra challenges which the healthcare sector in the country is facing?
Yeah. The first one, I think you're right. I think Srini and Ravi touched upon also. I think the regulations are also, I would say, evolving. It is not, I think, regulation is set at this point of time in terms of data sharing. It is just coming up, and we have to learn along with that. The second thing is, right, the FDA, which governs largely across the globe heavily wherever it is see, most of the governments is basically FDA is the one. FDA is basically Food and Drug Agency in USA. They have a lot of standards has been set. They are the basically forefront. Then everybody is following right now. The China, the Japanese, India is also started doing that one. So as a medical device manufacturer, or when we build an algorithm, the first of responsibility is we have to understand the standards what is there. That's most important thing. Both in terms of data from the device, data in the hospital, data in the transit, and data in the cloud. And also, if for example, if any application is basically accessing the cloud-based data, then at the end we are responsible that application is also working very well, be it an Android phone or it basically be it an Apple phone. Because some of our applications are sonovision, sonographic, which we provide for ultrasound specialists, thereby they could do on the spot checks, but the data resides in the cloud. So I think the data moves across the care continuum today. Does not stay at one place. So as a healthcare manufacturer, a lot of emphasis has been put in terms of following the standards. And second thing is cybersecurity being one of the important thing. We also do ethical hacking inside. We really want to ensure, hey, our equipment or algorithm, the data in the transit, data and device does not get hacked by anybody else. So we have a cyber security lab, especially in Bengaluru, in HealthCare Center, across the globe. All the cyber security labs are there. Thereby, we basically ensure at that point of time, because evolving, you cannot say basically you do some algorithm, some product today, it cannot be hacked by in future. So the third emphasis is basically continuously improving it. You have to continuously look out how the cyber security things are evolving. So the three main things what we do: following the standards, making sure with ethical hacking and all those cyber security things inside the house, and continuously put effort in terms of understanding how the technology evolving in this area. That's how we do it. The second question what you asked about, how do we help in terms of addressing? So we're trying to bring right now the algorithms on the machine itself, because the source itself you could address properly. You don't need to go to further. So we're trying to help. The first level is how do I help my clinician to take a right decision, a right insight. Let's say for example, if X-ray machine in a hospital takes 100 X-rays in a day, could I only send only those X-rays which are required study by clinician? And that's why we're trying to help from the machine point of view. Can I give that data? Thereby at least you're at least reducing the load of the clinician, rather than basically helping. He can focus on something else. That's one way we're looking at equipment point of view. Second, I think we work with a lot of large corporate chains at this point of time, and helping them in terms of data curated. Right, tele-ICUs is one of the important aspects which we started. Medanta and Apollo, we're working with them, those groups, where they really want to see how they could reach the far population from a central clinic with the same kind of clinical efficacy and all those things. So thereby we're trying to help the large hospital chains how they go to rural areas with the same kind of things. So that's the kind of interventions, but still coming up the lot many things to do.
Unfortunately, we have completely run out of time, and the Master of Ceremonies has already rung the bell twice. But since we have such a eminent audience, let me take advantage of a kindness, and if there are one or two specific questions for our panel, if you can put your hand up, identify yourselves. I don't want a comment. I want a question if there is one. Please, the gentleman over there. Yeah, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, my question is to Mr. Venkatraman. We are a very small gene sequencing biotech company. We work on environmental science and on gene sequencing. We have noticed one thing: the adoption of genomic data among clinicians is still very slow For example, we have few clinical cases where we predicted cancer 2 years in advance using RNA transcription, and the clinicians, I don't know, for their own good reasons, they have not taken our report seriously, and the same patient after 2 years went on to develop a full-blown breast cancer. So where is the problem? Is it because the clinicians are not trained or is it lack of from the government? So I don't know what exactly. So most of the time it's very demotivating for us is that we give the data to the doctors and they somehow still stick on to the histopathological data and other old this thing, and because of which our business is not growing. So
Ravi, could you help him grow his business?
Okay, so I am not a medical doctor, so your question is to a group that is sitting here. But let me attempt it. Adoption of a technology depends on three things. One is the readiness of the technology, which is where people like you and companies like us work on. The second is its value to the end output, to the customer or to the patient, right? Patient outcome. And the third one is the intermediary who there is change that needs to be managed, and change can both be very exciting or very scary, right? And I do not know where we are on this. Me and my company work on one end of the spectrum where we make it ready, precise, valuable. There is a change management on adoption. The caregivers need to believe it and apply it. And then there is, of course, that is accelerated by showing value to the end patient outcomes, right? So I think all of these need to come lockstep together. How do you accelerate that? Depends. There are, India just did 2 cell and gene therapy trials. Immunil and Immunact did that. I was listening, just last Tuesday I was listening to Dr. Narula, where he was talking about kids that had absolutely no hope or no future. They were not going to see past days, if not months, fully cured from one, extraction out of there, a modification and a cell therapy given to them. Such cases, when it happens, is amazing, and doctors will remember. Think about the good intent, right? Every group is doing it with the best of intentions. You got to believe that. So adoption from doctors, if they are slow, that's because their intent is to protect the patient, to make sure that the outcome is the best for the patient. So help them understand how your technology can lead to better patient outcomes. That's where change management comes in.
One final question. Sorry, Ravi. We are completely out of time. One final question for the gentleman over here. I hope it is a brief one.
And wasn't a question actually. I wanted to answer him.
Okay.
I'm a clinician. I'm a cancer surgeon. My practice in Delhi. We often are approached by people that we are having such and such solution. Please try and use this. But like what Mr. Ravi was also mentioning, it all needs to go through a rigorous process. We can only trust a thing where it has been tested. We can try these things out in limited settings, but we need to scale it through multiple centers or through many patients before we start telling that we can be using this for patients, not otherwise. So it's not like we don't want to, but then we won't be comfortable doing it unless we have got good evidence to support that.
Very interesting perspective. Very clearly we are at an inflection point. Unfortunately, ma'am, I'm completely out of time. I'm really sorry I'm unable to accommodate you. I'm sure that this gentleman would be around, so I'm sure you could have a conversation later. AI very clearly is at a point wherein it is likely to make healthcare much more affordable. Quality of healthcare is likely to improve. That's the aspiration, even as we look at things like ensuring guardrails regarding privacy, data security, and also ensuring that the data is used right. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thanks to all my panelists over here. Thanks for taking the time, and thanks to Nasscom and Sanjeev for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Panelists, can I request you to please stay back on the dais for another moment or two? May I invite Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra to please hand over a memento to each of our panelists. Well, if you found that useful, I'm sure they deserve a bigger round of applause from all of us. Let's do this. Thank you so much, everyone. So moving on to our next session, I'd like to invite Shantanu Gaur, Nasscom COE, for the launch of the Healthcare Innovation Challenge. Shantanu, over to you, please.
Am I audible? So I would need some help with changing the presentation screen, please. Perfect. So good morning everyone. I'm going to take you through one of our flagship programs, which is called the Healthcare Innovation Challenge. And this is a very unique program because under this program we have been working with various healthcare enterprises to help them in navigating their journey of AI adoption. So for this program, what we do is we follow a framework of 3D, which stands for define, discover and deploy. So under the define stage, what we do is that for the healthcare enterprises that come on board this program, we work with them to understand their problem areas, their challenge areas, and we convert that to a use case, which we use that, and this forms the basis of the next two stages that we have, in which under the discover stage, we use the use case details that are captured under the define stage to curate the best solution providers from across the nation. Finally, in the deploy stage, we work hand in hand with the healthcare enterprises that come on board for this program for facilitating the implementation of the curated solutions. So far we have done around 5 editions of this so far, and these are the use case partners, these are the healthcare enterprises that we have worked with. Now this comprises of a diverse set of stakeholders in terms of the healthcare providers, multi-speciality and super speciality hospitals, public and private, insurance companies, medtech enterprises, and even the tech enterprises that want to explore these solutions, adopt these solutions for their end clients. Now, one of the things which I mentioned is that we are helping these enterprises in their adoption journey. The overall objective of this is to help these enterprises in enhancing their clinical or operational workflows. So whichever stakeholders that we saw earlier, we have worked on these use cases along with them, to wherein these healthcare enterprises have been able to successfully deploy various kinds of AI, IoT and other digital technology based solutions to help them create an impact in their organizations. And today what we have is what marks the launch of 6th edition of this program, in which we have a set of stakeholders who have come on board with their use cases, and we have some senior stakeholders who are going to represent these healthcare providers, and they will talk about their nominated use cases, also their expectations from these programs in terms of the assistance that we are going to provide them in curating the best solution providers. Not only that, helping them in the end-to-end execution and the implementations of those solutions at an on-ground level. So for that, I would like to call upon first Dr. Sheila John. She is head of teleophthalmology from Shankar Netralaya. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Sheila, please. Dr. Akshat Malik, Senior Consultant, Max Institute of Cancer Care. So Dr. Akshat is traveling all the way from Delhi. Let's have a big round of applause for him as well. Dr. Manzoor Sheikh, Deputy Head and Lead Health Technology Assessments, Dr. Mehta's Multi-Speciality Hospital. Let's have a bigger round of applause for all these people. And finally, Mr. Sudeep Dey, the Chief Information Officer, HCG. So HCG has been, big round of applause please. So HCG has been one of our close partners. We have worked with them earlier as well on a couple of use cases, and this time around we had the privilege of having them again for a few of the use cases, and they will be talking about them. But first up, I would like to invite Dr. Akshat Malik to introduce himself and also talk briefly about the nominated use cases. Dr. Akshat Malik, please.
Morning everyone, it's exciting to be here and to come to a packed hall. It's very nice. Thank you Shantanu for doing this, and Nasscom of course. My name is Akshat Malik. I am a head and neck cancer surgeon based in Delhi. I practice at Max, and probably many of you would be aware we are one of the biggest chains of corporate hospital, and in oncology we have the biggest presence in Delhi NCR region, which we are expanding outside also. Now as a department, oncology department, what we thought, we would have an internal discussion and come up with various things which we could look for solutions for, and eventually what happened was that we shortlisted few things, and two of them I think Shantanu has shortlisted, and which we would be having out here. Will that be displayed on screen or? Okay, so these are actually related to predictive analytics, and the first one was regarding thyroid nodules. It's very common for patients to have thyroid nodules. Every third or fourth person may be having a thyroid nodule. It may not be clinically seen often, but then if we do ultrasound for people, then quite a majority of us present out here would have thyroid nodules. Now what happens is we only intend to treat these if patient is symptomatic for it or if they are cancerous. Now, how do we come to know that the nodule is cancerous? Currently, what we do is, this is based on clinical assessment, ultrasound features, and what we are seeing on FNAC. FNAC is where we stick in a needle inside. So, we do have some staging systems which exist for ultrasound features and also for the FNAC. But there is a definitive need which is required to predict chance of cancer in these nodules. Because what happens is the majority of people we end up operating, they would still be having benign nodules. They could have avoided that surgery. There is an upcoming wave of molecular markers also in this, for which there are several studies which exist. But that is very costly, and again we remain at crossroads and we still don't know what to do for these patients. So if we can come with the solution which would be using ultrasound images and FNAC images, and based upon that if we can have a better prediction of risk of malignancy in these nodules, that would be very nice. The second thing was regarding prediction of chemotherapy drug toxicities. You would be aware that chemotherapy are the drugs which we use to treat cancers, not only chemotherapy, even immunotherapy these days, and as they are acting against cancer cells, they also act against body's normal cells, and they cause a lot of toxicity and harm. It may be very severe, say we can talk about a heart attack or a cardiac event, but it may be simple thing as nausea, vomiting, which may be very severe. We call it grade 3, grade 4 toxicity. So if you are able to preempt these things, for certain of these points we do have, like we look at some genetic mutations for 5-FU. That's a drug which we give, 5-fluorouracil. If you are able to Similarly, for other drugs also, we can find some genomic data, or we can look even into the clinical data, and over and above what we are able to guess and understand that, this patient will be having such and such toxicity, probably I should reduce this dose, or I should be more proactive while trying to treat this patient, or to look out for symptoms. If this can be predicted through AI, that will be helpful. So these were the two things which I bring to table out here.
Thank you, Dr. Akshat.
Yeah. Thank you.
So now I would like to call upon Dr. Sheila John to talk about the nominated use cases. Let's have a big round of applause for her, please.
Good morning, everyone. I would thank Nasscom for giving me this opportunity. I basically am head the teleophthalmology department and e-learning departments. So what I have is I have a van with paramedical staff, equipment which go into the villages and examine the patients. Various villages, remote, and from there telemedicine is done. Depending, of course, in the rural villages, if there's connectivity. Very remote areas do not have connectivity. Other areas where we counsel the patient, we have a EMR in place, electronic medical records, but it's an offline EMR which is connected by a router, and patient examination is done. It is a paperless we do, because we go village to village to carry electronic medical records is easier than paper. This is what we have been doing. Now what problem we are facing is, there are optometrists who are examining the patient, and after that clinical examination is done and advice is given. So basically we have counselors also, but those counselors are only social workers. Their knowledge of the disease is very less. The optometrists who are examining the patient and prescribing glasses, their time is limited, because in certain villages you get 150 patients, certain villages you get only 60. When the patient's strength is high, their concentration is on examining the patients. They are not able to sit and advise. And what happens is, rural patients do not have any knowledge of the disease, so it takes a longer time to explain to them. So if they need a surgery like cataract surgery and they have to come to the base hospital, again it is very difficult, because to explain to them what surgery is needed, how many days, what type of intraocular lens we will place, post-operatively what to be followed. And even social workers for the villages, what we get, maybe one social worker or two social worker. Now it's even more difficult to get social workers to will continue to work in the villages. So what we have done, we were thinking of a chat GPT, which has large language based models, which can act as a virtual assistant, a chat box, which can help the patient. Whatever the patient queries are given, we will be able to answer them to a certain extent. Then the medical counselor or optometrist will be able to take over. That's what we have thought of. And here it is, I'm from Tamil Nadu, so I had to write something in English and then translate it into Tamil. So all the queries, if suppose a patient, cataract patient or diabetic retinopathy, what all they would think of, that is what we have tabulated into text. And what happens is, when the patient takes up a query, that gets translated into text, and the large language models go again, get speech recognition is there, and then after that it goes to the database and then it's converted back into speech. This is what we are trying to do to help those rural patients so that they have more time with the counselors. A virtual assistant. This is what we have thought of. The second one which we have thought of is, because in remote areas usually teleconsultations we do. The doctor ophthalmologist connects to the campsite, but in very remote areas that is not feasible. What we have is somebody who takes the fundus images. Again we have taught him more, but his knowledge is limited. It's not like a doctor. So to diagnose diabetic retinopathy and age-related macular degeneration is very difficult in those areas. And for diabetes, more and more people are becoming diabetic. And what we have is diabetic retinopathy can cause irreversible loss of vision in an adult population. And because they have two eyes, one eye becomes very bad before they realize that they are becoming blind in one eye. And it's painless. There is no symptom at all for diabetic retinopathy. So patient doesn't realize till the very end this problem is there for him. So it's very important to do annual dilated examination for a diabetic patient. Similarly, age-related macular degeneration occurs in patients who are about 50 years of age, and it's a major cause of blindness. And it's irreversible also once it goes on to the wet stage. So early detection is very, very important. Now with technology, smartphones have come up where you can take the fundus images, transport it to the base hospital, and the doctor there can diagnose. But if suppose you're not able to do it, if you have an algorithm built into the phone, there itself the person who's taking the fundus images will be able to address it to the patient and tell him that he has to come to the hospital for the required examination.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. We'll need to keep it short. Thank you. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Sheila, please. Now I would like to invite Dr. Manzoor Sheikh from Dr. Mehta's Multi-Speciality Hospital to please talk about the use cases.
Hi, good morning. Audible? Alright, so good morning everyone. I am Dr. Mansoor. I am primarily an emergency physician heading the emergency department at Mehta Hospital, Chennai for the past 6 years now. And at Mehta's Hospital, we have a dedicated health tech vertical for more than 3 years now. I'm now been heading this for more than a year and a half. And we have evaluated about 32 different proposals which have come to us. So what we do is, whoever approaches us, we try to, we are early adapters, early enablers of tech. So we try to see in what way we can collaborate with them and how we can help them. So we are currently working on 3 projects, 2 AI and 1 biomedical device, all innovations. So innovation has what has brought me here. Speaking of innovations, my jacket is one, saves me from the Chennai juice. So, but when I'm abroad, I suit up and I wear a full-blown blazer, right? So innovation is what has brought us here. So our use cases are 2. One is for emergency medical services, right? So anybody in an emergency, we call the emergency number. In India, 108, abroad, 911, whatever. And the dispatcher speaks and there is all this interaction happening. And to put it in better perspective, the most trained and skilled person we need to depute for this when they are receiving a distress call. Because before they dispatch the vehicle on site to provide support, they need to ensure that they are sending the right personnel, right equipment, right vehicle. Many things have to be taken into consideration. Because once the vehicle is dispatched, it's in the external environment. You are no longer within our hospital campus. So once you go there and you realize I'm not adequately equipped to handle this emergency, we are in big soup. So what we're trying to solve there is, we want an AI-based solution where initially the customer will interact with the AI. We're able to give the data and AI probably generate an output saying, this profile is here, this is the GPS location, this is the problem statement, these are the resources required. So that will save us a lot of time, and if required for certain cases where validation is required, we may physically speak with them. This will help the entire nation, to be honest. And then the other use case which we have wanted to have a solution for is generation of discharge summaries, right? Nobody likes to wait. Nobody, especially in hospitals. You may want to wait at an ice cream parlor, movie theater, where not, but in a hospital, absolutely no. And once the doctor has said you're good to go home, it's a big no. You are itching to get home, right? So usually, more often than not, what is between you and going home is this discharge summary, which is a very important document. It summarizes all the treatment which you have been given and has legal value also. So it's a very important document, right? So I'll just give a small personal experience which happened in our hospital, right? So why we picked up this problem statement. So one fine day, we were doing this audit, how we all work on this stat times, how to make it better. Then we found out that suddenly there is a big increase in the TAT, suddenly the TAT reduces and suddenly it improves. So we're trying to understand what is causing this variability. Later we realized that one of our star clinicians who admits about 50 to 60 patients and does about 40 to 50 discharges in a day, he is Picasso when he writes. And there's only one ward secretary who actually understands exactly what he has written. So whenever this particular person is on leave, the TAT time propels. Whenever this person is available, the tat time is very short, right? So we want to automate this, and also automate this in such a way that we want this in a journey concept. Patient has come on day 1, getting discharged on day 7. Right from day 1 to day 7, whatever has happened, in a click of a button, probably in a matter of minutes, if a solution can be provided, that it will be able to pull up all the relevant data and provide us with an accurate discharge summary. That will help us a lot, and it will help all the our customers also will be extremely happy with the reduced start time. So these are our 2 use cases. And before I end, Sanjeev ji, I have a call with Devika ji, 100% AI doctor. So there is a Hindi phrase, "मैं क्या करूँ, job छोड़ दूँ." So just on the funny side. So thank you, Shantanu. Thank you, Nasscom.
Thank you, Dr. Mansoor. Now I would like big round of applause, please. Yeah. Now I would like to call upon Sudeep Day, CIO HCG, to talk about their nominated use cases.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Almost similar. Both the use cases are related to operationals enablement. We wanted to create a patient experience center, and that is where we are. I would like to introduce briefly my organization, SCG. We are a cancer specialist, but the unique part is we have a hub and spoke model, and we are present in tier 2 and tier 3 areas where vernacular languages are more prevalent. And no matter what kind of technology we have deployed till now, last 2.5 years have been very, very transformative for SCG. We have been applauded, much of it, both clinically and business transformation wise, but still we have not been able to achieve one KPI, which is giving the patient, once he's or she is coming to the hospital or reaching out to for the care, they have not got a good experience, because we were focused on 2 languages. We were not focused on native languages. So we wanted to create something. We have tried our bit, but not succeeded yet. I'm okay. So there, it says it all. We will engage with you, and we are open. Good platform has been provided, Shantanu. The second one is an interesting one, and it is more to do with finances. We have a lot of disallowances, and for people, if you are not aware, disallowances are cuts which happen from the latter part, and the payer takes out that money saying that these are things which were not allowed or not consulted, you should have asked us for, or something like that, and they are perennially cut. So from our revenues, which is around 2,000 crore, 5 to 7% get deducted. After that, it is around 2,000 crores. We want to address that. We want all these reasons of disallowances are in various platforms, in variety of forms. But if we are able to target around 80% of it, much of it is taken care of. These are maybe around 20 odd payers who do most of our businesses. So we wanted a solution which can capture all that information, bring it down, and in real time cater to when the patient care is actually happening for that particular segment of payer. We are able to take care of it before we are billing it. It is not about automation of the process. This we will be targeting. That is one of the simplest way, and harmonizing brings its benefits. There is no denial of that. My request is that if you are able to analyze those bills, and we have historical data in this use case also, and the previous one also we discussed, we are looking for a solution in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudeep.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that fabulous session. May I invite Mr. Abhinav Kashyap, CIO Baxter International Incorporation, to please felicitate our speakers. Please join us, give them a warm round of applause for that. Yes, we can do this louder. Please keep that going for our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Up next, I'd like to invite Mr. Balasubramaniam Shankaranarayanan, CEO Thrive Digital, for an industry address titled For a Healthier and Happier World, AI Tech in Person-Centric Healthcare. Please join us. Welcome Mr. Balasubramaniam. Over to you, sir.
Appreciate it. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Why am I here? Couple of key things. I think everyone is aware that AI is changing the world around us. Like someone was mentioning, we underestimate the long-term impact of anything new while we overestimate the short-term impact. I think Sanjeev, the COE team, is having a ringside view of all the changes that are happening around us here in India. And I have a view and a ringside view at that of all the changes that are happening in the US. So we thought we will share some of our experiences with you. So I'm going to try and do an AGI environment out here. So an artificial intelligence or an augmented intelligence, artificial generative intelligence, whichever you want to call, takes some prompts, takes some data, correlates with your other experiences and tries to come up with some inferences or recommendations. So I'm just going to give a few prompts and hopefully that will trigger some thoughts in all of you, and hopefully you can learn as much as I'm learning still about healthcare. I think 30 years in this space has qualified me to say I'm going to behave like a 2-year-old AGI engine. So far so good. Okay. So Thrive is part of a healthcare entity that has both the cover, which is health insurance, the payer side of the house, and care, which is the hospital or care delivery side of the engine, which is a provider side of the house. So we are a payvider and we operate in that environment, which gives us certain unique perspectives as well of being able to see the end-to-end healthcare and how it is changing, both legacy as well as new tech. So, can we Thank you. So let's look at the cover side of the house. Can I have the slide on this as well, if you don't mind? Bear with me for a minute. All right, perfect. Okay. So I think as an industry, when you look at health insurance, we have been ensuring sick care rather than health care. I think all of us would agree that the reactive interventions once a health incident has occurred is what pretty much is taken forward and processed as part of a claim, as part of whatever else that happens, the care coordination, care management, utilization management, and further actuarial analysis. Oh, perfect. Thank you. When it comes to healthcare, and if we want to go truly towards healthcare, it is proactive, it is preemptive, it is targeted towards wellness rather than sickness, and that change is difficult, right? It is not easy at all. So if somebody tells you get up in the morning at 5, don't drink coffee, don't smoke, don't go to the parties, don't have a peg or two or more, it is tough, right? But let's say, imagine a world where you don't just prescribe medications, but you prescribe exercise. You prescribe wellness initiatives. When, as early as 15 years ago, there used to be a US health insurer called Oscar, and they actually handed out the early Fitbits wearables to all the people who bought health insurance from them. And it's pretty clear what they did with it, right? So the healthier you are, the healthier your lifestyle is, the cheaper your health insurance premiums would be. Just like telematics, the safer you drive your car, the lower your auto insurance is going to be. And that was in place even before Oscar decided to give out Fitbits to all its members, right? So when it comes to preventive medicine, you have today, and I don't know how many of you scan the healthcare blogs worldwide. It's interesting that there was a colleague who asked a question as well about detecting cancer a few years before it manifests itself. There are now AI engines that can predict the nodules from a breast cancer manifestation perspective upwards of 4 years ahead of it manifesting itself in our body. Then the question comes, the tough questions come as to, okay, what does a clinician do with that? A clinician today will not be able to say, okay, I'll prescribe a round of radiotherapy or chemotherapy or even in drastic cases a mastectomy based on a predictive, probabilistic view of a breast cancer nodule forming. So there are challenges to be overcome, but these are just prompts. Somebody spoke about paper. I think Dr. Manzoor mentioned paper. Healthcare is rid itself, with inefficiencies and primarily due to paper. A lot of times change management is toughest because humans are involved. It's much easier when it comes to technology and change management, right? Human change management is so difficult. So how do you get rid of paper? Today, our payer side of the house in the family, it's the third largest payer in the blues community. We still receive 1.5 million claims on paper. We still enroll members, millions of them, on paper. Providers still want to get in touch with us, whether it is simple things like authorization or whichever other query that they might have, on paper. How do we get that to change? And how does AI play a role? All of these prompts, you will see AI in the heart of that change. When it comes to driving POCs or proof of concepts or proof of technologies or pilots, we are running a whole boatload of proof of concepts all around many of these areas. As we move from a deterministic to a probabilistic view of the world, which is as we move from a reactive based on data available in front of me to predictive, what could be rather than what just is today, there is a significant amount of certainty that we need to build into the equation. For my oncologist friend from Delhi, he was saying, I can't use your predictive information unless I'm certain. I keep talking about paternalism of medicine. In God we trust and in doctors we trust. Right now suddenly I'm being asked to say I will extend that in doctors we trust to the in an AI engine that is supporting the doctor in his diagnosis we trust. So that's taking it a bit too far unless we are able to provide that level of certainty and database certainty. So how does an insurance company move towards personalized cover? Just like we keep talking about personalized care, of course, the Oscar example is one, wherein the more fitter you are, the more healthier your lifestyle is, the lesser a disease occurrence could potentially be, the lesser my risk is, and therefore the lesser the premium. So that's a straightforward equation. But how do you, let's say, factor in a whole bunch of other information that is now available, and we have the computing power, we have the storage, and now we have the brains in terms of an AI to process that. Where do you live? Do you live in a busy area in the heart of the city? Is it polluted? Is it not? Do you live in the suburbs with clean air, fresh water? How long do you have to travel to work? Is it 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours? How stressed do you become, when it comes to the traffic? Somebody, who's traveling from Gurgaon to Delhi every day, I pity that individual. In terms of the BP, I'm sure the traffic is a huge cause of physiological issues, right? You talk about what kind of jobs do you do? Are you in a high stress environment like an investment banking or medicine? Half the physicians are burning out because of stress. You talk about the time available to see a patient. In India, we are blessed. We have doctors who spend 10-15 minutes with me when I have to go to see them. In the US, it's like average time spent with a patient is less than 2 minutes. Right? I wanna let that sink in a bit. Less than 2 minutes is what your physician has for you, regardless of your condition. So how do you go personalized? How do you take in all of these factors? Where I live, what do I eat? How long is my lunch period? At office, do I just have enough time to grab a quick, relatively less healthy option, which could be fast food? Or do I have a proper facility at my workplace that will allow me a healthy, balanced meal? There are a whole host of social determinants of health that are now coming in. The beauty is now we have the ability to take in the millions of data points, the petabytes of data, and make some sense out of it, wherein humanly it was impossible before. And of course, we spoke about trust. Trust is something that is immensely difficult, but very, very required if we are going to drive this change. Can you move to the next one? Next slide, if you can. I'm going to leave a few prompts with you again. I think the bell has rung. But I don't know how many of you read Vinod Khosla's article a couple of days back. He speaks about, again, operation theaters, in-demand operation theaters, now suddenly moving home. I think we have seen the shift towards home care and community care, particularly for chronic patients, rise, at least in the US. It's on the rise here as well. Geriatric population increases. It is so much easier for us to manage care, chronic care at home. But that requires a whole boatload of different guardrails involved as well. The simplest being technology and access, the most complex being how do I provide a secure, both clinically as well as technologically secure environment for these people to transmit a whole boatload of health information across to people who can truly help you. I also read that, for example, there are already electrocardiograms, FDA approved, in place that can self-diagnose 35 conditions. So what you actually go to a physician for is only the expert beyond these commonly occurring conditions, where you will need some specialist help. If you move on. And lastly, I think when you look at the cure, there are a boatload of life sciences organizations. Personalization in medicine is already there. Anyone who's received a blood transfusion, for example, based on your blood type, you're getting some. An example of an aggregated personalization. But when you look at medicines that can both, treatment, I would say care pathways or treatment regimes that can both prevent type 1 errors and type 2 errors. Those are phenomenal in terms of personalization. Making sure you don't get a drug that will already not work for you, especially in oncology. There are many people where, some of the recognized chemo regimes will not work because of your physiology, because of your biomarkers. You can essentially not give that and improve quality of life. But at the same time, there are treatment regimes that can work, specifically for you, and we need to get there. And that is the holy grail, the personalization. Drug discovery is another area where artificial intelligence is huge. I think as we take in these prompts, there are a few more prompts that I'll leave you with. If you go to the next slide. Again, a lot of these are for us to introspect, connect the dots, make sure that we discuss with our network, the neural network that's physically sitting in the room next to you. Please talk to each other. Again, healthcare is a very, very unique discipline where we are all experts in slivers, and just like McKinsey says, MeitY approach is required. Hyper collaboration is required. Mutually exclusive expertise, but at the same time, when you talk together, you have collectively exhaustive information and insights. So I leave you with these prompts, and hopefully you can use this to understand and interact with the fellow experts who are coming after me, and make use of this session and conference much more. So thank you once again, Nasscom, for having me here. Thank you, Sanjeev. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir. Please stay back with us. May I invite Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra to please hand over a memento to our speaker. Thank you so much for being here with us. We will now break for tea. It's 12 sharp. We'll see you back in 20 minutes. 12:20 we resume our next session. Please join us back in time. Thank you.
Here, very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason given the notorious traffic of backup panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic. So very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue. So of course, we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bengaluru and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless, thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech. But like all journalists, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that, it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi. Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He is with Danner. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. a little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way. But today, if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay? So AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danaher is doing, what is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation. But why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay, thanks for being here. Yeah, please do continue.
I know Ram well, so later on the latest hour one. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, the cure or delay. So Leica Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc., etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will, I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff, to get results back 6 hours later, to a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life including, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do. When I did X-ray diffraction, you have Debye cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous, data is available, data is curatable, data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. We used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions of the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, when I was small and went to a doctor, there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. We are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias-free. It can say, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out, massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. The way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code, they say any early stage technology, there is a lot of, we overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is yet another, and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around them. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world is there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this, Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? And the human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also they are also a manufacturer who doesn't know GE Healthcare. Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year. Venkatesh, the first point that I would say about AI is, what does AI stand for, the definition of AI? And many of us have been discussing this in the past few years, but I want to explicitly insist here that AI, especially for healthcare, is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And the reason I say that is, while we all embrace technology, we are looking for AI to solve many things for us, not sure if I'm ready to completely rely on Dr. Devika now. And Ram, you missed Dr. Devika from 2050. Okay, you can ask Sanjeev. He's been treated by her. So, augmented intelligence, because the clinicians, the physicians, nurses, they still exist, they will still exist, right? And how AI can help to take out a lot of inefficiency from the system, take out a lot of non-productive activities that are being performed them. All this is how will make AI really efficient and make the physicians do a better job, right? And that's why I keep saying that it's an augmented intelligence, especially when it comes to healthcare. I'm okay, somebody, a chatbot talking to me for my banking transaction, validating my, login password and all that. That's fine, right? But still I need the touch and feel by a doctor. If not 100%, at least I would be satisfied with that, right? With that said, I just wanted to now get into some specifics about how this AI will be a journey in the healthcare sector, right? Again, going to 2050 and meeting Dr. Devika, how it could be a journey, right? When it comes to AI in healthcare, we all start thinking about precision medicine and all this technology, to make it the personalized healthcare, personalized treatment, etc. Right? We directly jump into the clinical part of it. But there lies a major thing before that, the non-clinical part within the healthcare, which is the operational aspect. So I would categorize AI playing a major role in the operational aspect and then the clinical aspect. Not in any form of sequential, but then there are a lot of operational aspects where AI can play a major role, take away the inefficiencies that I just mentioned, thereby then focus more on the clinical aspect to it, right? A classical example is on the billing area. The data exchange between hospitals, providers and the insurance companies, the payers. And then a lot of operational things happening, how a patient can be discharged quicker than making them wait even after the treatment is completed by 10 a.m. in the morning. Majority of the discharge happens late in the evening, right? That's the reality today. How AI can play a major role in these operational aspects, right? And other part I want to talk about on the category of AI, right? Two categories. One is the prediction aspect and the second one is on the new kid in the block, Gen AI, how they can play a role, right? Prediction is there for quite some years and how we can make it more efficient. Like, can we predict an hospital acquired infection? Thereby we can save more lives. That's on the clinical aspect. Can we predict a better bed management in hospitals? Not just saying that how many beds are available today. Can we predict for the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, how the bed management can be planned so major hospitals can make it very efficient that the patient doesn't have to wait to get admitted, right? That's an example. The second one is on the Gen AI part, right? How the unstructured data, right? Venkat talked about the, we being the source of a lot of data available, right? How the unstructured patient data can be utilized and then that can be efficiently translated into a precise summary for the doctors to take some clinical decisions. So this is how I've put the context of AI in the healthcare. I talked more about the hospitals and insurance, the payers and providers, because that's where, GS Lab GAFS as an organization, we do a lot of work with a lot of our healthcare customers. So with that, I would conclude here, and for any questions, I'll take it later on.
So Srini's contention is it's more of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, and this is a journey, a continuum rather than an end point. Both points well taken. Ram, you represent probably the 800-pound gorilla in the medtech space. What is GE's perspective on what role AI is doing in shaping the entire discussion around all the topics which have been flagged till now? Here, very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason given the notorious traffic of backup panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic. So very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue. So of course we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bangalore and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech, but like all journalists, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that, it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He's with Danaher. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. A little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way. But today, if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay, so AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danaher is doing. What is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation. But why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning. Good morning. All right.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Please do continue.
I know Ram well. So later on the latest hour one. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, cure or delay. So Leica Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc., etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will. I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later.
Check. Okay, so we are ready to begin. Welcome back. With this Please join me. Welcome. We have Himanshu Saxena from Moss.ai for the Innovation Spotlight session. He will talk about the AI solution that is helping the healthcare providers in enhancing clinician-patient interaction. Please join us. Welcome Himanshu Saxena. So while our speaker is setting up, once again requesting everyone to please quickly take your seats, settle down.
Hi everyone, very good afternoon to all of you, to industry members, to delegates. I hope you have gathered some refreshments and you are energized for this session. So I am Himanshu Saxena. I am the co-founder and CEO at Moss AI. We are working to unburden our healthcare heroes. The problem statement that we are solving is that we see a lot of administrative burden and clerical tasks that clinicians do. And a lot of times they just not have to do that, but they have to maintain their logbooks, they have to sift through guidelines. They are the ones who are struggling to see and look at a patient while treating them. So I think we have had a lot of presentations since morning. To supercharge you guys, I'll just start a demo here. I have asked one of my volunteers to come up with me on stage here. I'll just give her a mic. I think you can use. I'm going to demo Moss AI application to you in Hindi. So I just basically have to select my language of speaking. I have to enter in patient details. And I have to enter the ID number and also take the consent from the patient that I am recording this audio.
Yep. Yeah.
So hi Shubhi, I am your doctor. What makes you come to me for checkup today?
So I've been having stomachache for like a week.
Okay.
And there are some signs of nausea, but I've just been not doing anything about it.
Okay. So you have stomachache and you experience some nausea as well along with it.
Little bit, yes.
And it has been happening for a week now.
Almost a week.
Did you consult anyone else? Did you go to someone else before coming here, or did you take any medicines for it?
No.
No. Okay. Did you have any other symptoms apart from stomachache and nausea? Did you experience vomiting or some acid reflux?
I had a feeling, but not too much. No, nothing.
No.
No.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to suggest you do a ultrasound test on your stomach.
Okay.
And I'll also suggest that you keep your intake of food very low, keep eating at regular intervals, and drink a lot of water. Is there any other medicine that I can tell you? You will be able to take it in case of emergency needs only.
Okay.
Is that fine with you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just end the demo here. This is a very short conversation between a doctor and a patient. In real time, there's a lot of other nuances as well, but I am not a doctor, so I could do only this much. I am uploading the audio on my Moss AI mobile application, and till the time I'll just tell you how it works. So basically we have done a speech to text modeling on the current audio that we have, and once we upload it, it summarizes to form clinical notes in form of SOAP format, which is standard used by doctors across the world. It gives us 4 things, basically patient's chief complaints, patient's history, patient's allergies, and the differential diagnosis that is provided by the demo. What I will just do now is I will join in this Google Meet call to show you how it has processed. So this is my Google Meet link which I have already created, and I'll ask Shubhi to just sift through the mobile application. Just let it start broadcast. Can you see the screen? Yeah. Perfect. Yes. So you can see there is a pending signature there. It means that the audio is being processed by the AI model. We actually wanted to do the demo in Kannada, but since we lacked some volunteers, we had to do it in English. But we are also available in other languages. This particular transcription can also be translated to Marathi, Telugu, Gujarati, Hindi, Tamil, and Bengali as well. We are constantly working to introduce new languages as well. What we also do is, from this transcript that we have generated, we create a prescription as well. So whether a hospital requires a prescribed format of PDF that they want, or if they want to put it in the EMR systems that they have been using, we can do that. We already are working on integration with ABDM, that is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, so that the format is as needed by the hospital. Also, there is a facility that once clinical notes are formed from this transcription, you can just go to this one. Once the clinical notes are formed from the transcription, we can create and generate SNOMED ICD-10 codes which can be used for billing and directly integrated with your EMR system. So from the conversations that you have recorded, you can go to the billing part of it as well. Also, what it does is it also includes the medication section where you can add in your medicines prescription and the dosage frequency of it as well. Also, what it does is it can also include radiology pathology reports in an image or PDF format. You can upload it on the application by the on the go itself. Once you have done that, you can also see that we have trained a LLM on it. That's the generative AI part we were talking about in the presentations since the morning. And with for this particular demo, we have trained preemptively 4 prompts that are that can guide a doctor or a clinician throughout the patient history. So for example, if a patient is there at a hospital for 2 years, the doctor can quickly type in and search the patient history with the use of this LLM. We call it MOS Live, and we are constantly working to update it as well. So that's the demo part of it. I just wanted to tell you that there's another use case where we are helping technicians to create report from speech to text. This is useful in other ways as well. We are trying to collaborate with Nasscom and Shantanu. There are so many other languages also. We are also thankful to my team and team at Nasscom who have been constantly working to help us guide through the healthcare journey. Also, we are not just a utility. We are also working to continuously make it into a platform where we help clinicians with note-taking, administrative burden, continuous medical education, and also provide them a knowledge hub where they can sift through guidelines and case research. So that's for my time. I am here to network with all the delegates present here. I'll be here throughout the event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that, Himanshu. So it's now time for our first panel discussion. This is about generative AI and LLM in healthcare operations, challenges and their mitigation. Please join me, welcome our moderator. We have Dr. Uma Nambiar, CEO, Bakshi Parthasarathi Hospital, IISc. On the panel with us is Mr. Siddharth Kamath, Hitachi Digital Services, Senior Director, Healthcare and Life Sciences Markets. Mr. Abhishek Sarkar, Director, Eli Lilly. And Mr. Sridhar Anjappa, Senior Manager, Infusion System Software R&D, Baxter. So this is the eminent panel with us today. Over to our moderator, ma'am.
Yeah, so you can check there.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So thank you Nasscom for this panel, and I think we are covering the entire spectrum of healthcare here. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. So should we start with Siddharth? Introduce and then tell us about how you are using generative AI and LLMs in your workplace, so that could be the starting point for our discussions from here.
Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Firstly, I want to express my gratefulness to be sharing this space with Dr. Uma, with Abhishek, with Sridhar, and many of you folks from the industry who are actually dedicating your lives towards advancing healthcare. At Hitachi Digital Services, my role is to work with the healthcare fraternity to turn their ambitious goals into reality. And as we know and as we've heard so far, healthcare is evolving at an unprecedented pace. And with the rise of AI, hashtag Dr. Devika, as well as generative AI, I think there is a tremendous opportunity here for us to make a difference. Coming to what I do, I think as a service integrator, I think our role is very pivotal in looking at this entire transformation. And before I go into some of the use cases, some of the problems that we are solving with Gen AI, I want to take a couple of steps back, because I've been told there is possibly an audience here who's very new to this entire concept. So to those who are in their journey, at the starting of their journey from an AI perspective, I think it all starts with a deep dive into your priorities, which could be better patient outcomes, it could be expediting drug delivery, or it could be operational gains. So you may have certain expectations of what an AI can do in terms of achieving those, but I think where I would come in, or where we would come in, is to help set the expectations in terms of refining or even defining what those priorities are. Once you have an vision, an enterprise AI vision, I think then it's all about identifying use cases, prioritizing those use cases, doing a quick assessment of your readiness, and then developing a roadmap. And then it's all about getting into an execution. You start with a pilot, you check and assess what the benefits are, and more importantly, you check on your readiness, whether you have data, whether you have infrastructure, and then you also qualify your LLM. And once you do that, then it's all about operationalizing it on a mass scale. So specifically what we are doing, what we've been able to do, what we've been able to deliver, I think one is from a provider's perspective, we've been able to help them automate the entire documentation process, which has actually taken off a lot of work for a doctor, reduces their administrative work, and also helps automate their back office systems. The second, we've been working with a payer where we've been able to help them on their underwriting process, completely automated that from a documentation as well as from a follow-up and from a contact center perspective. So that's what we've been doing so far.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think excited to be a part of this panel led by Dr. Uma.
Myself is Abhishek. I've been part of, I'm a leading AI and automation group at LE Company. As a group, right, I mean, we are drug manufacturers, pharmaceutical, drug discoverers, driven by the purpose of making life better for people all across the world. So as a group, right, I mean, we have embraced AI and generative AI very heavily. Of course, back almost 3 to 4 years back, we have been very heavily towards automation side of things. I know in the morning, there were discussion regarding deterministic, probabilistic aspect of operations and such as well. We were very much focused toward deterministic side of things. But over the course of since the ChatGPT launched, we essentially were focused very heavily towards generative AI and its use cases within the organization. So a couple of themes which we have been working on very heavily as a part of our group is mostly across authoring. I think as Siddharth mentioned, right? I mean, people who have been there as a part of the pharmaceutical, I think they know the amount of documentation, the amount of regulatory submission which needs to be prepared for pushing the drugs to the market and so on and so forth. So that has been a very massive effort, and that used to be very manual. So we are definitely leveraging generative AI and the services which AI normally gives to automate at least the first draft of those documentation and such. So authoring is definitely one of the use cases which we are leveraging AI very heavily. The second is obviously conversations. Conversation could be in the form of internal conversations, I think, or it could be based on the HCP conversations and so on and so forth. If you go and see, as a part of our group, right, we normally have Monjaro as one of the drugs. Monjaro.com has a chat bot which is up and running, and you will find that I think the engine which is working in the back end of a Monjaro.com chat bot, right, that is LLM driven itself. So that is just one of those examples, but there are many such chat bots, conversational AI capabilities which have been explored across the organization. The third one is in the field of monitoring. I think because we definitely would want AI and generative AI to figure out what are the various aspects of deviations, anomalies, and so on and so forth. Of course, manufacturing. Since we have a huge demand of our drugs across the organization, across the globe itself, keeping our manufacturing down for unplanned maintenance, cost us a lot. So that is one of the reasons actually we are leveraging AI, generative AI for taking care of those maintenance, identifying those maintenance, preventing those maintenance, and so on and so forth. So I think these three are the ones. We also have assisting as one of the capabilities, and I think we have a lot of co-pilots which has already been launched. Of course, GitHub Copilot helps our technology organization to bring about efficiencies. We of course have our Microsoft Copilot, which is normally used for our everyday AI and so on and so forth. So as a part of our equation, right, as a part of our organization, as I mentioned, we have embraced AI very heavily, and more than happy to share those aspects as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sridhar, and thank you for being part of this esteemed panel members team. I'm currently part of Baxter Healthcare organization. I lead infusion systems R&D organization. I have throughout my career I've been working on R&D of medical devices, including endoscopy, orthopedics, dialysis, and now the infusion systems. So when it comes to adoption of AI within Baxter Healthcare, a little bit introduction about Baxter Healthcare portfolio so that I can relate to that where we are using. So Baxter provides a wide range of medical devices, starting from primary healthcare, which is diagnostic like diabetic retinotherapy, or hospital care products, including the beds, monitoring devices, infusion systems, the critical care, and the respiratory care used in ICU settings as well. So you see that starting from the patient enters from the diagnostic till he'll be taken care of the critical care and discharged to an hospital care until discharge, we have a range of products end to end to take care. So one of our mission is also to go towards connected care. So we want to optimize the end-to-end clinical workflow with the help of AI, because today the topic is AI. So that's been our vision. So far, I think including diabetic retinopathy detection, patient dropout detection in the dialysis therapies, Infusion, one of the major challenges in infusion is medication errors, right? So the clinical workflow, there are enough possibilities that you will end up infusing a wrong medication or a wrong amount of medication or a medication to a wrong patient. So we work on reducing this medication errors as a main challenge. So that's one of the area we are specifically using AI as well. But again, all of these AI is right now is either a deep learning AI or our regular predictive AI, right? When it comes to generative AI or LLMs, that today's topic is. So today we are utilizing generative AI very significantly in our customer services, biomed service technicians to provide an interface. They can ask questions related to the customer, or customer can ask questions related to the products, and service technicians can ask the questions related to the product and its diagnosis information. And we are working very rigorously on the clinical use cases, and we have a whole range of possibilities and use cases that we want to work with. Given, I think we talked about many use cases from the morning, including thyroid detection, claim analysis, discharge summary. If I tell, I think this is only a very surface of what really a generative AI can really do, and I think generative AI is much more powerful, and there are a lot that it can really achieve. So I think we as a Baxter realize that, and we are trying to get that solution to the field. Right?
Thank you. You know, I've been around in the healthcare industry for the last 40 years, and what I've seen is healthcare industry has usually been very late to adopt technology. And even with digital technology for a long time, that was the story. But somehow after generative AI, the whole equation and the excitement seems to have changed. And a lot of people from healthcare and non-healthcare fields, they feel that a lot can be achieved in bettering our own healthcare. But just to bring us down to the ground reality, I'm going to segue from the question we had in the first session about misdiagnosis of breast cancer using AI. Okay. Just so that we are not putting the cart before the horse, I want to really see what is the realism of the excitement that you guys see in your fields. I know that you are already at 30,000, 40,000 feet and you're trying to look down from there, but can we just start walking the ground in this session?
So mainly, if I look at what kind of challenges, in order to, get to the forbidden fruit, right? I'll keep the cultural part aside. I'll focus primarily on the technology. So I think one is, from our experience, there's a lot of integration that's involved in order to get that data. And in the process of that integration, I think what we've discovered is a lot of legacy systems, and they pose their own challenges, from a technology standpoint. Of course, if I compare to that challenge, last year, I think it's a lot better because technology has evolved. There are a lot more offerings from an API perspective that offer better integration. But then still there is always a risk of availability of these legacy systems, and also the data is fragmented. Speaking about data, that's the second challenge. You need a lot of data for these models to consume, and you first want to figure out if there is data available. And let's say there is data available. I think the second thing you want to figure out, what's your source of data? And if you figure that out, then the third thing is, what's the quality of data? So in many cases, we figured out that there is no data strategy in place, there is no data management in place, there's no governance in place, as a result of which, there have been hallucinations. The third one is, I think the technology is still evolving. If I look at it from a LLM perspective, I'm sure there is an LLM that is probably going to do good for a retail industry. I'm sure there is an LLM that's going to do good for the banking and financial services. But if I'm going to look at something that is very contextually aware from a medical perspective, I still think that space is evolving, and also all the ecosystem to support that, to operationalize it, to scale it to the extent that we want to. I think that is still at an early stage.
that's a very pertinent question. I think so. As a part of our adoption journey, as part of generative AI, right? I mean, we underwent definitely a cycle of adoption, trustworthiness, selling our solution to our consumers, stakeholders, changing our technology landscape as well while we build those solutions to the requirements and so on and so forth. One of the underlying basic aspect, of course, for AI solutions to work properly is data. I think as was alluded by Siddharth itself. I think as a part of our organization, right, we somehow have a very strong data foundation. We have worked over the course of last couple of years in our enterprise data lake, which has culmination, consolidation of all the data across the organization. Though the data is still getting generated, but we some are in a better place versus others, versus our competitors and many of the other organizations as well. The second part is still the aspect of contextual knowledge and such, right? The hallucination normally plays a very critical role. We have, I think after certain accuracy rates, there are, serious causes of hallucination which normally happens in the conversational AI, in any of the authoring solution which you normally create, and so on and so forth. So that normally, I think holds the adoption at times. I think, we have, grown, ourselves from, having 80% accuracy rate to almost 95% accuracy rate, and so on and so forth. There are ways where we can evaluate those models. We can essentially add citation sources for taking care of the ground truth, and so on and so forth. So we have gone through those cycle as a part of a solutioning. And the third part is possibly a bit of a culture aspect as well. I think it was mentioned in the morning session regarding the OCM part, right? The change management part of it, making sure that the stakeholders are very comfortable with adopting AI as a part of the equation, as a part of the solution, as a part of our daily process, and so on and so forth as well. I think we have rolled out Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Copilot does a lot of administrative work for all the individuals across the organization, but still the adoption rate within our organization is still a bit lesser. We are trying to change, mold those aspects of adoption, and culture aspect, and so on and so forth as well. But this has been a journey. But the aspect which needs to be recognized is the technology is eventually so strong, or the transformational, that possibly those aspects and those challenges essentially is going to be overcome. So I think 1 year later, 1.5 years later, right? I mean, the adoption rate, the accuracy rates, the challenges essentially we will be in a much better position as compared to how we are right now, and that's how we see things.
Thank you. I think I agree with most of the challenges both panel members mentioned. I can just want to add on. I think being a company like Baxter, I think data challenge, we have already figured it out. I think it's that a challenge. I think I call it a data strategy. It's a multi-year strategy that you need to plan, and how do you accumulate, how do you modify, and keep the data in a disciplined way. I see the challenge is actually as a collaboration. I see in the three pieces. One is the technology and the solution itself, the capability of technology solution to build a capable solution in generative AI. Second is understanding of the right product development process, the excellence, the regulatory understanding, the standards understanding, how do you perform a risk assessment for applications like generative AI, how do you verify it, how do you validate it. This is a whole new challenge, because this is a product which is going to go into the healthcare clinical workflow settings, and we never tried this, that how it's going to behave in that environment. Right? So the second challenge. The third challenge is the third challenge is the domain knowledge of it, like where do I use this particular solution in this process, in what clinical workflow, right? In what hospital, what patient outcome, or what real hospital staff problem it's going to solve. So now these three brings from three different groups of people, right, which is right now in this audience. This is the hospital staff, and the startup who actually have this technological knowledge and the solution and capability that how to generate or develop a generative AI application quickly, and a corporate who is well aware of all this process end to end how to take such kind of solution to a market which can be used in a safely and reliably on a patient or clinical care settings, right? So I think this is a great platform. I think we need to figure out a way how do we bring in all these group together to develop a solution. I think that's probably the major challenge that we need to address.
Yeah, thank you all of you, because I think the common denominator for all the problems that we saw was data, and I would like to add that although organizations wide they are trying to solve their own data challenges, but I think as a nation we don't have data sets which are pertaining to the Indian population, and unless we have Indian patient-centric ethnic population-based data sets made openly available in a de-identified format to the researchers and technology solution providers, we will not be able to make a progress. So I think that is something which I would put it in Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra's bucket from here, because he can't just ask us to come here and speak. He needs to take back some homework as well. Okay, now for the second round, I'm going to change the format a bit. It is not as pessimistic as it, we just made to look like in the last round. There is a lot of future, and it is the technology of the future. We need to embrace it. So the first question will be from the audience about the opportunities that you perceive which are offered by the generative AI. One question from the audience, and the closing remark on the same from my panelists. Yeah, whoever, don't tell me that there is no one asking a question here. There is one? Yeah, please.
So in the recent article, there was a case where one of the CIO and the investor $30 per user that AWS Google charges.
Okay, the last question of converting the vision into reality and the future. My panelists will answer. ROI of technology. Can anybody here monetize human life and tell me the value of human life? Technology works in healthcare to save human lives. If anybody thinks that that's not ROI enough, then I don't know what is. So next, over to. We can start from Sridhar. Yeah. Start from there.
To the question that realizing go to the reality, right? Visualizing our dream. I think, like ma'am said, one is the cost is versus the benefit, right? Today only I read the article that because of so much competition we have today regarding the models that we are developing, the cost is coming down, and some of us who actually knows its value is adopting. In my case, I think in my laptop, which is actually probably 16 GB RAM, I have 2-3 models running, right? Although it takes few seconds to respond back to me. So I have my personalized financial assistant, my personalized travel assistant, who can I can put my private data into it and train it. Right? I have a model even I can train my personality on it and answer on behalf of me. Right? To your question, the challenge of having $30, $40 on AWS probably will eventually go down like any other technology, and the value addition also will be realized very soon. I think just because of this session today, many of us I think probably realize that value it is going to add, right? So I think that's what is going to continue happening. I think this is just like our big data and our cloud when we had our software as service. We had the same questions. Hey, why do I go to cloud? I have to pay so much, but I can have maintain everything in my house. I think it over a period. I think very rare that I have maintain my own in-premises devices today in my organization. Right? Everything, all my data, everything is managing from the cloud. I think this is going to be the reality for the generative AI or any AI model as well. I think for me, it's just a matter of time. I think what we have to do is embrace that and continue working hard to provide that, enable that more value-added solutions to the market. I think that will automatically bring down the cost as well.
No, I completely second to what Sridhar mentioned, right? I mean, I'll answer that in two steps. One is, possibly playing the balancing act. Of course, AI is definitely on the peak of the hype curve. I think there is of course a lot of promise of what it can do, what it can't do, what are the various things which is possible in the future, and so on and so forth as well, right? And especially the AI leads and such, right? They have a pretty hard job in making sure that the expectation of AI and also the realism of AI has been taken care. So, playing that balancing act is so very critical for leaders to make sure that we essentially are telling the right story and positioning the technology and the benefits which it is going to achieve itself. But the second part is, of course, the promise of it. I think, just to cite an example, right? And as a part of our organization, one of the major goals which we have is, accelerate, reach, and scale. So I think we definitely would want to reach out to, 120 million patients by 2030, or significantly improve, increase our manufacturing basis so that we are able to serve our patients through the demands of drugs and so on and so forth as well, right? So these two are the various aspects. And also one of the initiatives which we're working as a part of a group is, could AI generate the regulatory scientist responses for a question which normally comes from FDA. So typically, right, I mean, these used to take around 2 months, 3 months, because you have, for every responses, right, I mean, the regulatory scientist has to skim through huge number of documents to figure out what is the responses, what essentially is the right call, what is the historical response which has happened 20 years back, 30 years back, and so on and so forth. Now through churning through those documentation, right, we are able to respond that within a day itself. So that has been a giant leap in our organization journey itself. How do you measure it? Of course, from a time saving, I think, and the promise that it is going to achieve the ARS goals or whatever the goals which the organization has in the longer run as well. So I'll say that in both these aspects, balancing act along with the promise which we have for the future for the technology.
So I want to talk about the opportunities, right? So we'll try to keep it on an optimistic ending note. And I'll talk about 3 things. I won't go very far. I think all those 3 aspects are something that we have seen today in the last 4 hours. Okay, one is from a patient's perspective. I think that was an opening thing that Mr. Sanjeev demonstrated, right? How things are going to be from a patient's perspective very personalized. And when I say personalized treatment, you're going to start having therapies which are things like cell and gene, which are going to be radioligand, where these treatments have a 48 to 72 hour timeline. So the patient is going to know when these treatments are going to be ready, available, and where. Second, from a doctor's perspective, I think there was a comment earlier, sab AI karega to doctor kya karega? I think what will happen is, when this becomes a little more mainstream, it's going to free up a lot of bandwidth for the doctor, and he or she is going to be able to have time to focus on something more novel or a rare disease or something that requires special attention that not many of us are aware of. So I think that is how it's going to benefit, and this is purely from a doctor's perspective. But all of this comes with, another question that had come up earlier, right, about misdiagnosis. All of this comes with 2 important aspects. One is there bias? And second is, is it transparent, right? So that's where ethical AI is going to come into picture, right? So you're going to have a model for a model. I think that is the next step, next evolution that is going to come, where it is going to figure out if these models are reducing bias, and is also going to make sure their decision making rationale is transparent to the user. So I'll just conclude with those 3 things.
Thank you so much. And I think we will conclude this panel. Should I take one more question? We are actually run out of time. And thank you, all of you, for an exciting session. I hope this sets the trend for the day. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Sudhanshu Mittal to please join us on stage and felicitate our panelists. Can we hear that for them, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights. Ma'am, thank you so much. We hope you found that useful. If you did, then please join us, give them a warm round of applause for that. And with this, we move on to another interesting panel discussion. This is about AI-led precision medicine and personalized treatment. Please join us welcoming our moderator for the session. We have Dr. Manbina Chawla, Executive Editor, Biospectrum. Welcome, ma'am. And in this panel, we have Mr. R.V. Prasad, Site Leader, Beckman Coulter Diagnostics. Mr. Ram Rangarajan, Vice President, Head Global Technology Center, Stryker. Dr. Akshat Malik, Senior Consultant, Max Institute of Cancer Care. Dr. Tony from St. John. And we will have a video by Dr. Saurabh Mehta, Cornell University, in a bit from now. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I welcome all the panelists for this interesting discussion which is on the AI and healthcare. So I would quickly start with the discussion because we are nearing to the lunchtime as well, so I won't keep you guys waiting. My first question is directed to Dr. Tony. In order to understand the current implication of artificial intelligence in healthcare across all other verticals, I think healthcare is very important where AI is being implemented. How would you, introduce the concept of AI in healthcare? Where does it stand, and how do you foresee the future also in that aspect?
Thank you, Manbina. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to answer your question, I think we are in a very interesting time where almost every group, I would say, that I've interacted with, whether from startups to big companies, are all working and trying to use data and use AI. And we started with machine learning some time ago because AI has evolved so rapidly. It's transforming very rapidly, besides being extremely pervasive. To give you an example, some of the groups that we work with, and I'm sure you'll see demonstrations outside as well. There are software groups who are already incorporating AI into ECGs, into various kinds of devices, more as decision support at this point, and hoping that in the future these technologies, as they refine, would become very strong decision support tools at the hands of healthcare providers, whether doctors, nurses, especially in the primary care where patients have a challenge to come across to a tertiary care sector. So AI is here to stay and is here to grow, and that's what I'm seeing in all the interactions I have with various groups. But yes, we do have to have guardrails, and I'm sure that companies who are working in the space are working towards those guardrails, because some of these technologies could hallucinate or could have issues. And I think that's where extremely rigorous validation of such technologies is mandated. And these guidelines are slowly coming in from not only from our own government of India, but FDA and other entities in the world have come up with some broad guidelines on how to use AI in healthcare. But it's a very promising future, and I think we have to ride the wave.
Absolutely, I think it has a very promising future, but of course there are a lot of challenges or opportunities also associated with it. But before we jump to that, I would like to direct my next question to Mr. R.V. Prasad to help us understand exactly when we talk about AI in healthcare. I think there is a very big focus on the concept of personalized medicine, precision diagnostics, which is very important for individual in terms of healthcare. But how is that applicable or implementable in the long run, considering all the challenges around it? Could you help us simplify that and understand whether that's possible or not?
I'll take a shot at it. Well, as you rightly mentioned, precision diagnostics or personalized healthcare has become the need of the hour, because as clinicians would have realized, it is not a one-size-fits-all. So we have realized some of the therapies, some of the treatments that they would have done shows amazing efficacy for some, but for some it might not result in any kind of benefit. So that is where we talk about things like genotype, phenotypes, where the kind of genes the person inherits and the way it exhibits, or the way the environment helps him or makes him be the way he is. So with all these things, we also lead into the concept called as omics, where we talk about genomics, again, a big data that we pull out from the gene sequences. It can be multiple such omics, it can be like metabolics, it can be multiple such omics which has been used in the industry. And one of the real examples what we see today is what Ravi was talking about like earlier today, about how we can possibly use some of this information to come up with a particular treatment therapy aimed at a particular disease which suits a particular genotype or a phenotype. So I think we are at the cusp of the industry's revolution, where we have now got some examples on the radar where we have seen the benefit of this. And to churn this amount of data and come up with an intelligent model, you really need the ability of having an intelligent system, which we talk about in AI, whatever the expansion is. And that has been extremely beneficial. And this is just one of the examples, Manbina.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights on that topic. So I'll move on further in order to help us understand what are the opportunities and challenges that lie across in this field. And I think the right person would be Mr. Ram Rangarajan, who's coming from the medtech sector. You must have seen more of the applications which are probably taking place at a global level, but we would of course put the focus on the Indian market as well. So would you like to highlight what are the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for the global as well as the Indian market, and whether it's doable or not?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Talking about the challenges and opportunities, I'll talk about a couple of initiatives that we're working in Stryker, particularly talk about what the challenges are. So we have a product for breast reconstruction post mastectomy. It's a solution, fluorescence imaging based solution. So we say, okay, hey, this is the use case. How can we get a better outcome here? How can we help the surgeon remove the tissues that needs to be removed? It's a simple, it's easily understandable use case, but we don't have the data. Right? It's a particular use case, and we need data for that. And cost is prohibitive. Privacy issues come in. Who owns the data? Although it's our equipment, we don't own the data. The hospital. So it's classical challenges, but these are the roadblocks that we bump into. There's another precision medicine solution that we have. It's called a Mako robotic arm. It's used for knee replacement surgeries. Traditionally, knee replacement surgeries get done. You take an X-ray, and then the surgeon goes into the surgery, and then opens up the patient and does whatever they need to do. You take a CT, and then you do a personalized treatment plan for that particular patient, and then you feed that into a robotic arm and gives you that solution. There is a lot of data in there, and how can we use that to say provide solutions for surgeons that don't have the Mako arm, right? But believe it or not, that although it's such a complex technology, it's not connected yet. So all of our devices, a very sophisticated $1 million plus product is not connected because it's not, because of long life cycles,
takes time to get it through the FDA. Security is a huge issue. So I spoke about data, connectivity, security. And then let's say if you cross all these problems and say that, yeah, I have the data, then computing becomes a problem, right? How do you do do you send the data to the cloud? Do you upgrade our machines, the devices that we have here, to put more compute power? So these are all challenges that are coming in. From an opportunity, I would say, and none of these challenges are unique. Everyone is going through it, and it's just a matter of time. And we are an industry which is highly regulated, very, very high, long development cycles. So it's going to take some time. We'll get there. But this is the problem today. I would say opportunity-wise, and then these are all global problems, definitely. And I'm sure it's the same thing in India as well. From an opportunity standpoint, I would say, I gave a couple of use cases, and then there are many use cases. I think there's no scarcity of use cases. How we can make healthcare better. And we see that in India, we see that around the globe. There's plenty of use cases. And then we have established today with this conference that we have the technology as well. I don't think anyone is questioning the technology that can solve those problems. I think perhaps the opportunity is, maybe even in the Indian context, meet with many startups and young entrepreneurs. Maybe there's a lack of focus on the clinical outcomes. Stay focused on the outcomes. And then the user versus the market need is also very important, right? So we had someone questioning the return on investment. Are you going after the right problem? Don't apply AI to everything there is. Can you scale it? Maybe I'll give you an example. If you look at automotive industry, the mobility as a challenge, right? So when we grew up, we all only saw 1 or 2 cars on the road, or you use public transportation. So if the problem statement is, okay, how do we enable every individual to have a personalized mobility solution, a car, at your doorstep to take you from point A to point B? I think in Bangalore it's a different problem. Even if you have a car, it's going to take a long time. So that's a different problem. But at least one part of the problem they solved, automotive industry, they were able to provide a personalized mobility solution by focusing on scale and mass production. Automotive industry works on mass production. It's a little bit opposite concept of personalized medicine. So we need to think about scale. You can use AI technology to personalize medicine, but without scale, none of it will work. And you won't be able to provide the return. So both of that is a huge opportunity. I will encourage the entrepreneurs here to focus on the clinical outcome, stay focused on the outcome. Technology is there, enough problems are there. Make sure you're focused on the outcome and think about, can you scale it? Whether you can scale it, that's how you're going to get the return. So.
Thank you so much for pointing out the relevant aspect here. But of course, considering all the challenges and opportunities which are lying ahead, we still have a long way to go. So I'll direct my next question to Dr. Akshat based on your experience. How would you see the future of AI considering all the challenges and opportunities that are right in front? What is the way out?
Definitely of great potential. Actually, majority of things have already been covered by other panelists. But as a clinician, what I can say is it's a interesting time to be at. There are so many developments which are happening, so many things which are going on. Like he just mentioned that whatever solutions people are looking for, they need to have a clinical touch and base to that. Unless people are really delving into it, they won't be having things for which there'll be requirement or acceptance later on. So that's a very important consideration. We do get people coming in off and on and asking us, okay, this is what we are planning to do, and does it really help you out? So sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. And very important thing which sir had previously mentioned is the validation part from a clinical perspective. So there may be several solutions coming up, but we as clinicians also need to adapt, but then you need to understand we are very skeptical people. We cannot really jump at every solution which is being offered to us. Certain things we can, but then majority of things we may not be that conducive to adapting. But like you would have heard of randomized controlled trials which are done to compare outcomes. So even there's a checklist for that, and they have even modified it for AI. So there's a consort AI checklist, which brings out AI into these randomized control trials, so that you are able to use that. So we are trying to adapt, and there are so many problems like he just mentioned which are available, and people are working in with huge strides, and definitely it's all to look up to now.
Absolutely, thank you for pointing that out. I'll direct the next round of the question back to Dr. Tony. Now, when we talk about all these aspects related to the challenges, opportunities, way out, there is so much happening, but if we have to streamline it, where do we start it from? Say, for example, with the government making a roadmap for the application of AI in healthcare, or with the industry taking a lead in it. What do you think? What would the message be when you have to, send it out? What would that be?
I think there should be I think there might be already a consortium for AI in health. And I think that would be a good place to start. There's already, for example, I know there's an effort at the Indian Institute of Science called Art Park there for AI and robotics. It's a consortium with central government, state government, and Indian Institute of Science. I mean, they're doing some phenomenal work there. So I think there are signs of this kind of consortiums being created. But yes, to highlight, I think the other issue we need to understand is not just go out there and build a solution, but work with clinicians, because we have a lot of talent in India. We have a lot of talent in Bangalore, and I've seen that from experts who work with hardcore Gen AI to graph databases, etc. How can we hone all that, bring them together, and identify problems? To give you an example, we worked with a startup about a year ago, a very niche AI problem. And the neurosurgeons were excited with it. Imagine using AI to find the path for a neurosurgeon to a tumor without destroying all the connections in the brain. Now, will you rely on technology to just give you that path? So we actually validated that here in St. John's. The group had approached us, and of course we worked with them, and the surgeons were happy to actually experiment. Of course, the gold standard was using a neuroradiologist, and they were doing that, but they also checked this technology. I mean, they actually validated that. So I think there's a lot of promise. There's enough clinicians. There are talented engineers and designers. Keeping the user-centric design in mind, I think AI and the kind of technologies that we're seeing will really mature with consortiums that drive identifying priority areas, especially again if you want to work towards affordable healthcare, accessible healthcare. I think these technologies lend to that.
So just to add up to the point that you mentioned, so is AI applicable to complex surgeries as well, or that the clinician would decide how complex the surgery would get, and they would want to take it in their own hands and not use the AI part?
No. I think that's where the safeguards and guardrails will come. Even robotic surgery that's there, it's right now completely operated by a clinician. Right? You don't, and so is the self-driving cars. There are laws that prevent you from driving your cars completely, even in the US, right? So those safeguard and guardrails have to be there, but there will come a point when the precision of such technologies will be really high, and that needs the rigor of experiments, the rigor of people working together as a team and ensuring that there's zero tolerance to any such errors.
Absolutely, especially with robotic surgery now taking the tone of the table, it's definitely in line that AI would also be in the limelight very soon in terms of complex surgeries. But coming back to Mr. R.V. Prasad, in terms of developing related solutions which ensure the precision and the accuracy, how confident would the industry be in developing such products so that the clinicians would also give the right feedback? What is your take on that?
Okay. Well, as the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. Similarly, it starts with getting the right data. For example, today you would have some amazing AI models which are working very well for a particular demographic population. But the same implemented in a different demographic population, you might not get the kind of efficacy that you need. So it starts with as Dr. Tony rightly mentioned, picking the right problem to work on which has a need in the industry, followed by collaborating with clinicians and at some point of time even the end users or the patients at some point of time to then understand what is the problem on hand and how we're trying to solve it, so that the data that we're preparing is well curated. Any kind of today the biggest challenge we find, for example, in digital pathology is trying to get a pathologist to annotate an image, because if the pathologist can transfer his or her knowledge onto the slides that the person is looking at, maybe we can come up with some models which can minimize the fatigue of a pathologist in much sooner time. But the biggest challenge is, how does a pathologist jump from problem on hand that is catering to the needs of the patients today and also find time in doing these things? So getting undivided attention of clinicians, using the technology to the best possible extent, and quote unquote do not miss being ethical on this, because that's extremely important, and go with these basic rules of whatever you're doing is safe enough, it is effective, and it is valid. Do not try creating models which are not really having any value to it. I think these are some basic ground rules that we should follow. And if you just ask me from a prior experience, I've always seen radiology is slightly ahead of others in the industry, because radiology has a much bigger need of freeing up the radiologists to do more things. So you will see more of this already happening in radiology. So I'm sure Dr. would really agree that they see far more models which are already in use, whether it can be as simple as a triaging to classifying a good from the bad, or which needs attention, which is a good chest x-ray, to some has a problem. So I think a valid problem is as important as working on anything else.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Ram Rangarajan, I would like to ask you that again, something related to from the industry perspective. Again, how confident is the industry in order to deliver the right products to the right people? On top of that, do you think there is enough skilled workforce to develop and implement the technology in the right way so that the end usage is achieved? What is your take on that?
I would say the confidence level is very high, because that's what we do, right? We're in the business of making healthcare better. We've been doing that for many years. A new technology has come and we'll figure out how to use it. I don't think there's any lack of confidence. The second question you asked, skilled workforce. It's a very tricky question, to be honest, because I work for a GCC and many other people here are global capability centers. We sell our talent in India. Right? We don't sell technology or other capabilities. We sell talent, and most of the GCCs are here for leveraging the talent. But when I have the discussions, we'll say that, hey, actually the talent is not there. It's not at the level that we need. We set up a COE for AI. We said, okay, we needed 40 people as soon as possible. And it's been an uphill battle getting the right people, slower than what we would have anticipated. So I think we are saying that AI can be a solution to bridge the skill gap of surgeons and all of that. But we have to start with bridging the AI skill gap first. So I would say, skilled. I think there's no question about the quality of the talent, but the technology is changing so rapidly, and I think the talent have to upgrade and upskill themselves.
And I think the right way to do that would be a collaborative effort which will be required from all stakeholders. So Dr. Akshat, would you second that thought and suggest ways to collaborate so that the end usage is achieved and the AI is put at use for best cases?
Yeah, definitely. So like Sir mentioned, consortium, having meetings like these where people can network and get together and brainstorm together. And there are many platforms coming up in government setups and private setups. Hospital and doctors are more than willing to come forward and pitch in their problems, look for solutions together with AI, and of course test it out. Now testing it alone at a single center does not really help out. You need to do it in a multi-center manner, and it should have only then a wider receptibility. Otherwise people will be very skeptical about using it. So definitely I think networking is the key for that, and having such platforms definitely helps out.
And would you have any specific expectations, maybe from the industry or from the government or from other stakeholders, which you could share with us?
Yeah. So expectation-wise, the problem is, having a forum to actually reach out to the industry. It's not that easy. Like, I'm sitting with these gentlemen out here, but then if I want to pitch in some idea to them or discuss with them, I may not really have the know-how how to really do that. And probably I'll reach out to someone else who may not be that capable. So from a doctor's perspective, I feel such things are good, but then we still need more such platforms to do that.
More accessibility,
Yes,
more
yes,
approachability.
definitely.
Maybe Nasscom can take a note of that and arrange for something which could be a common link for the doctors and the industry and the other stakeholders. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I will open the floor for the Q&A now from the audience. Anybody would like to ask our experts anything around the role of AI and personalized medicine, please feel free to do so. Yes, sir.
Since we're sitting in a medical college, one question I have is that how can AI for the purpose of precision medicine and personalized treatment start at the medical college? Is there something that AI can do in upskilling medical students and all the allied health sciences students?
Would you like to take that? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Bharat, for that question. Yes, I think there's a tremendous potential. Recently, I worked with colleagues from Art Park for a workshop on how do you use AI to improve research skills, upskill research skills. Well, there is always a gray area that people don't want to cross, because people say, yeah, I can write a paper, just ask Gen AI to generate a paper, but you'll be surprised that even Lancet and others have come up with guidelines of how much of AI can you use in your paper. There are dime a dozen tools today available to write a paper, to correct your grammar, to set the tone. But yes, those guidelines are now coming up from major journals. But yes, a lot of upskilling can happen. Like I said, decision support, we haven't really ventured into medical students as yet, but I'm sure if we have a think tank to think about how do we do this in a medical college ecosystems, we are governed by very stringent rules, as you may know, the NMC, etc. So to experiment with that would be wonderful, but I think the medical education departments of each medical school can brainstorm some of this. But yes, definitely in the research segment, how do you upskill in research? There's a lot of potential to do. To give you an example, Google DeepMind has come up with a fantastic tool called AlphaFold. For those of you who want to experiment with it, it used to take a lifetime to find the structure of a protein. Right? Today it takes a few minutes. And thanks to such databases, which are now made freely available, I think a lot of this coming into research will cut a lot of time that researchers are using, and you can arrive at your answer much quicker.
Add on to that. So you're talking about training, carrying forward what sir mentioned, like say simple cadaver dissection. So previously there used to be many cadavers available. Nowadays there's a restriction on that, and people having access to it, so many students working on a cadaver. So nowadays we have got AI based simulation systems where we can use that. Similarly, practicing surgeries. So many places the patient workload may not be that much, even in Western countries. So they started without simulation systems first, and then they graduate to patients. So there's a potential at every nook and corner. So that can be looked at.
And to just add to what both the doctors mentioned, more from the engineer's angle here, is today if you see ISC offers, I think it's kind of a 8-week end course predominantly aimed at AI in healthcare, and the participants that they expect to register are doctors, practicing doctors. And a same course with the same curriculum might not be, might be more exercise oriented, is offered to the undergrad students. So The intent here is earlier medical doctors were expected to learn something about statistics because biostatistician is something which was part of their research work, or the RCT is what they used to be part of. But today, as you more and more see, I think AI ML are kind of some knowledge of what happens inside that black box. That awareness is also becoming part of their curriculum. So upskilling is very much on.
Thank you so much. Can we take another question if there is? Yeah, please. Could it be a bit louder? I think your mic might be off.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Manini Puranik. I work on the technology side, AI and IoT based platform. So my question is around data. The panelists mentioned at some point that, we have devices, medical devices. There's a lot of data, and for AI we need a lot of data to actually train and get insights from the data. So given that you have a company like Apple who's just come up with their wearables, they have a whole data platform where they collect, analyze data, and there's a lot of privacy around data also. You can't access anybody's data without consent. Why do you think, what are the key reasons you think this has not happened on the medical devices side? And what do you think would be the way forward? How do you go about solving this problem?
Would you like to take that?
I answered part of your question earlier. See, we are a regulated business. Apple is very careful in making sure they don't cross and call themselves a medical device company. So they stay in the consumer side to make the life cycle it's shorter, and then regulations also easier. So yeah, we are in a regulated industry, and the regulations are different in different countries. So that's definitely one of the reasons. And it's interesting, within our company we are looking at how to apply AI solutions for the regulatory process actually, so that we can be faster and get around it. So that is definitely one. Maybe we have to innovate around it, right? So we said we need a lot of data. Do we need all the data, or do we just need the insights? Perhaps solutions are in federated learning models. You don't need to get all the data and then see, okay, what do we do with the data? Can we be a little bit more specific in, this is the insight I want, and that is all I'm going to take from the device. I'm not taking the data, so that we can circumvent some of the privacy and all that. So we have to innovate around it. I don't think the challenge is going to go away.
Can I make a point out here? So like Intuitive, that's a surgical robotic company. So they collect data from whatever the surgeon is operating upon, like how much time he has taken, what tools did he use, how much time did he take previously to do that surgery, and they provide all that data in a analyzed manner to you when you want it. But of course there are other laws to it. The leaving alone the machine part, if I talk about patient data per se, majority of Indian setups, it's all unorganized data and in silos. It's very difficult to really get any meaningful data. So if you're not seeing it, because that's because it's very difficult to go ahead and do it.
I just want to add to that as well. Yes, we have a lot of data. It's not organized, but if you take examples in the West, MIT has a database called MeitY, which is the data of ICU data, real-time data which is being streamed from thousands of patients. They've been doing this for several decades now. And that data is available for companies if they want to build models. Why don't we have something like that as yet? Our data pipelines are not mature. We are really happy that the government of India started thinking of this. There are colleagues in the room who were part of committees from 2013, and we now see that we have the NDHB, the National Digital Health Blueprint, which hopefully will help entities create data pipelines that will lead to collecting such data.
Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question. So we won't move to any other question right now. I just request the organizers to play the video by Dr. Saurabh Mehta from Cornell University, please.
Dr. Saurabh heads the Center for Precision Nutrition and Health at Cornell University, and he also works with us on a project, and he's part of this panel.
I think because of some technicality.
Hello ma'am, can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
Since everyone is
Everyone
speaks about
brief.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, my name is Monica and basically I am a technical person who is working in healthcare domain. So my question is like everyone is speaking about like we don't have a database in India for the Indian states and everything, but right from the hospitals or the who are working in this industry, like will they be comfortable sharing their data, anonymous data for some bank, like a data bank? If we create something like that, means I'm just generally asking for the hospital staff or who are working in that. Technically we can do, we can have, everyone speaks there is a lack for this, but currently no initiative, or I think with NABH and everything we are going digital, so we are trying to do that. But how the hospitals feel at this time, like will be they supportive for research and students or technical people to come and help them and share, like how MeitY is sharing the data and the other websites? Yeah, done.
Can I take that? There are already initiatives like this. The National Cancer Grid as well as the ICMR Center for Disease Informatics is already having such databases in their area of cancer. Several hospitals across the country, private and government, are sharing such data, anonymized, being processed by ICMR and handed back to the entities to kind of get insights from that. So these data sets, these initiatives already exist and it can expand to other areas.
Okay sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we can break for lunch and we are coming to the end of this session. I think some questions were answered, some questions were left unanswered, but the discussion is ongoing and we can definitely meet after lunch as well. Okay, so right, so before we break for lunch, we have the session here and we have another innovation spotlight to be highlighted here. So thank you everybody for listening. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you so much.
The video.
May I request all our speakers to please remain on stage for a quick felicitation.
Nutrition and foods across. Hello everyone.
May I request Mr. Navrathan?
I am speaking on behalf of the Center for Precision Nutrition and Health. Our focus is to use advances such as those in AI, including generative AI, to accelerate the latest knowledge and technologies through the last mile and make actionable information accessible for the end user, including those in policy setting, governmental and non-governmental agencies, as well as the consumer. Specific to AI, we are using and evaluating different approaches, including technologies built in-house here at Cornell, with partners across our campus, and also those already available commercially to deliver reliable and actionable information. Our key partners include the Department of Nutrition and Food Safety at the World Health Organization, the Institute of AI4 Digital Health at Weill Cornell Medicine, and Springworks, who is based locally in Bangalore. These partnerships enable us to tap into a wealth of expertise, resources, and data, including the WHO's evidence-informed recommendations and repositories of health and nutrition data. The dashboard also incorporates high-quality evidence synthesis from renowned sources such as Cochrane, Campbell Collaboration, and National Institutes of Health's Office of Dietary Supplements, providing a comprehensive and authoritative resource for health interventions and diagnostics. This is a work in progress, and we invite your feedback, bug reports, and feature requests to further enhance the scope and functionality of these innovative tools. In the following slides, you'll see some of these dashboards and chatbots in action. Thank you so much.
How do we make all this health information accessible? Even if you're using a ChatGPT, you don't always have the right sources. It doesn't always cite it. Sometimes it hallucinates. So we want to use all these exciting new technologies, but how do we make it as trustworthy as possible? So a couple of things, what we did in this one are we restricted the input funnel, that it can only read certain things, that it can't read outside the sources that we have recommended. Second thing that we did was that you have to cite every single thing. It also has a disclaimer that it's not a health advice substitute or something like that. So I can ask it a question like, tell me about food fortification for anemia. and it will give you a whole thing, and then also give you the citations at the bottom, which is where the arrow is or the cursor is. And as I said, it works in multiple languages. And so if I ask it something like, tell me about vitamin Q and bone health, I wish there was a vitamin Q, it would be more interesting, but there's none. So it will say, I don't have anything on vitamin Q because nothing exists. Right? So it will try not to hallucinate or make up some of these answers. What we have done is taken it to the next level and try to make it more useful, not just for consumers, but then also what we call prosumers. So you want more detail, and you won't want that detail parsed out. So the same question is being asked here, but then it's being presented in a format where there is a problem. So details on what the problem is, what are the current WHO recommendations on the topic, what is current state-of-the-art evidence on the topic, and what are the ongoing clinical trials.
Thank you for that.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I am speaking on behalf of the Center for Precision Nutrition and Health.
Thank you to all our panelists. May I request Mr. Navratan Kataria, Director Enterprise and International Partnership, Nasscom COE, to please felicitate our speakers. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that very insightful and enlightening session. With this, inviting Dr. Anjali Kulkarni, Vice President RWE Strategy and Analytics for Base Care, for the Innovation Spotlight session, and she will showcase how AI is being leveraged for precision therapeutics. Please join us. Welcome Dr. Anjali Kulkarni.
I hope you all can hear me. Yeah. So just 5 minutes brief on what the previous panels have set out, how the data is a problem, how homogenizing the data in Indian context is a big problem, and when it gets applied to the most complex disease, which is cancer care. Next slide. Slides are not moving, I think. So till the slides come up, I think we are still waiting for that Netflix moment or a Spotify moment to happen in the healthcare, right? There is no hyper personalization or a personalization. For that anyway, there is no recommendation which is possible for a clinician or an oncologist to prescribe the treatment. The biggest problem currently is whether with a particular treatment, whether the patient will respond or not, and that is becoming a bigger challenge overall, because the treatment, especially in the cancer care, are toxic and they are expensive, and it's a very long-term treatment. So we at 4Base Care, we are a next-gen sequencing lab. So along with help of AI data analytics, we were trying to, I will not say address the problem, but we attempted to solve the problem in the precision medicine in cancer care. No way, slides are moving. So the biggest problem in healthcare, especially into cancer care, is a multidimensional data. You have imaging data, you have genomics data which goes into multiple GB per genome file. Then you have lot of clinical data associated, and it will be the longitudinal data which will be spreading across years. So there is a huge amount of data, and making sense out of that data for a clinician is a challenge, where the AI and analytics can come forward, and that can help you to identify a challenge. So in 4-base care, we have attempted to analyze this data and come up with a very specific, India-specific genetic panel for our patients. So we were able to browse through thousands of patients' genomic profile and then try to see which genomes or which gene changes are common to this part of the world or very specific to the Indian population. And depending upon that, we could generalize India-specific genomic panel for the solid tumor called Indigene. And that's the power of AI or in the precision medicine, which is very well developed here in our country, and currently we have been using that panel in actual patient care. As of today, I'm missing my slide, but as of today we have covered more than 10,000 of patients using these genomic panels, which are specifically developed using Indian data, and they have been validated for our Indian patient. And we already have many publications out which shows that these Indian genomic panels are equally relevant, and the patient outcomes can be comparable when we use the Caucasian data or when there are lot of diagnostic tools or the genomic panels available from the Western countries. So I'm sure sometime you will get the slide deck available on the whenever Nasscom puts it. But thanks for it, and happy to chat with you over the lunch or the networking session. Thank you. I think I'll take 5 minutes because some slides painstakingly made. So I was talking, one drug doesn't fit all, and very, very difficult to find out who will respond or who will not. So initially we used to say that treat breast cancer or a lung cancer, but now the most of the treatments are cancer agnostic. They are more molecular driven, or they are more I will say biomarker driven, and here you can see that is going to enhance the treatment response predictability for a patient. And because we talked, both the previous panels talked about limited genomic data and limited clinical data, and we can see that with using different digital technologies and using the power of data analytics and AI, we were able to churn out all this data and come up with the meaningful outcomes. So this was the first population specific cancer genomic panel, and some young person from there asked about the availability of data. I think we have to go through the ethics committee and a proper institutional review board, then data will be available to you if you go with a good faith and a proper protocol, and of course the patient consent is most important. So working with the topmost hospitals like TMH, AIMS, Shankara, we could develop this panel called Target Indigene, where we could make it more affordable. So every time genomic test looks like, a far-fetched problem or a far-fetched test which is not available to the every cancer patient because of the logistic reason, because of the cost reason, and because of the, not aware about any such targeted treatment available. So in that case, from the 4-base care products, I think we have whole range of solution. It can be as affordable as few thousands to, the max test is around, a lakh plus. But every cancer patient can get a promise of precision medicine using AI and genetics. And we have been trying to reach the farmost part of a country. You can see few of the tests even coming from northeast part of a country, where we thought initially, getting a, high-end cancer care might be a challenge. Thanks for that, and sorry for the technical glitch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So ladies and gentlemen, Nasscom COE IoT is happy to announce an event on the 29th of August 24 at our campus in Kionics HSR layout. The event is meant for the L&D and marketing departments of large hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, medtech companies, medical consumable companies, and others in the health sector who would like to leverage emerging technologies of XR, AI and IoT for improved ROI. Yeah, that's on the screen for you. So now it's time for lunch. We'll have a 40 minutes lunch break. Your batch has a coupon attached to it requesting you to please tear that coupon because you'll have to drop it before lunch. Lunch is being served by Radisson Blu, Outer Ring Road, and this is on the 3rd floor, the terrace. You need to take the lift from the academic block. So we'll all head out, lift at the academic block, 3rd floor is where lunch is. There's also a staircase here on the left hand side, so you can use the stairs, please. We'll see you back in 40 minutes sharp. Thank you. I think it will be easier if you take the last door exit and take the stairs, 3rd floor.
Get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff to get results back 6 hours later. To a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life, including, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do. When I did X-ray diffraction, you have Debye-Scherrer cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technology side of technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous. Data is available. Data is curatable. Data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. We used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions of the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, when I was small and went to a doctor, there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. We are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias free. It can say, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out, massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. The way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code. They say any early stage technology, there is a lot of, we overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is yet and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around it. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? And the human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also they are also a manufacturer who doesn't know GE Healthcare. Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year. Venkat, the first point that I would say about AI is, what does AI stand for, the definition of AI? And many of us have been discussing this in the past few years, but I want to explicitly insist here that AI, especially for healthcare, is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And the reason I say that is, while we all embrace technology, we are looking for AI to solve many things for us. Not sure if I'm ready to completely rely on Dr. Devika now. And Ram, you missed Dr. Devika from 2050. Okay, you can ask Sanjeev. He's been treated by her. So, augmented intelligence, because the clinicians, the physicians, nurses, they still exist, they will still exist, right? And how AI can help to take out a lot of inefficiency from the system, take out a lot of non-productive activities that are being performed them. All this is how will make AI really efficient and make the physicians do a better job, right? And that's why I keep saying that it's an augmented intelligence, especially when it comes to healthcare. I'm okay, somebody, a chatbot talking to me for my banking transaction, validating my, login password and all that. That's fine, right? But still, I need the touch and feel by a doctor. If not 100%, at least I would be, satisfied with that, right? With that said, I just wanted to now get into some specifics about how this AI will be a journey in the healthcare sector, right? Again, going to 2050 and meeting Dr. Devika, how it could be a journey, right? When it comes to AI in healthcare, we all start thinking about precision medicine and all this technology, to make it the personalized healthcare, personalized treatment, etc. Right? We directly jump into the clinical part of it. But there lies a major thing before that, the non-clinical part within the healthcare, which is the operational aspect. So I would categorize AI playing a major role in the operational aspect and then the clinical aspect. Not in any form of sequential, but then there are a lot of operational aspects where AI can play a major role, take away the inefficiencies that I just mentioned, thereby then focus more on the clinical aspect to it, right? A classical example is on the billing area, the data exchange between hospitals, providers and the insurance companies, the payers. And then a lot of operational things happening, how a patient can be discharged quicker than making them wait even after the treatment is completed by 10 a.m. in the morning. Majority of the discharge happens late in the evening, right? That's the reality today. How AI can play a major role in these operational aspects, right? And other part I want to talk about on the category of AI, right? Two categories. One is the prediction aspect and the second one is on the new kid in the block, Gen AI, how they can play a role, right? Prediction is there for quite some years and how we can make it more efficient. Like, can we predict an hospital acquired infection? Thereby we can save more lives. That's on the clinical aspect. Can we predict a better bed management in hospitals? Not just saying that how many beds are available today. Can we predict for the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, how the bed management can be planned so major hospitals can make it very efficient that the patient doesn't have to wait to get admitted, right? That's an example. The second one is on the Gen AI part, right? How the unstructured data, right? Venkat talked about the, we being the source of a lot of data available, right? How the unstructured patient data can be utilized and then that can be efficiently translated into a precise summary for the doctors to take some clinical decisions. So this is how I've put the context of AI in the healthcare. I talked more about the hospitals and insurance, the payers and providers, because that's where, GS Lab Gaps as an organization, we do a lot of work with a lot of our healthcare customers. So with that, I would conclude here, and for any questions, I'll take it later, Venkatesh.
So Srini's contention is it's more of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, and this is a journey, a continuum rather than an end point. Both points well taken. Ram, you represent probably the 800-pound gorilla in the medtech space. What is GE's perspective on what role AI is doing in shaping the entire discussion around all the topics which have been flagged till now? Here, very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason given the notorious traffic of backup. Panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic, so very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue, so of course we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bengaluru and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech, but like all journalists, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi. Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He is with Danner. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. A little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way, but today if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay, so AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danner is doing. What is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation. But why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning. Right.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay, thanks for being here. Yeah, please do continue.
I know Ram well, so later on the latest hour one. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, the cure or delay. So like a Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc., etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will. I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff, to get results back 6 hours later, to a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life, including, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do, when I did X-ray diffraction, you have Debye cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous, data is available, data is curatable, data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. We used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions of the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, when I was small and went to a doctor, there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. We are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias-free. It can say, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out, massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. the way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code, they say any early stage technology, there is a lot of, we overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around it. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? The human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also, they are also a manufacturer. Who doesn't know GE Healthcare? Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year. Venkat, the first point that I would say about AI is, what does AI stand for, the definition of AI? And many of us have been discussing this in the past few years, but I want to explicitly insist here that AI especially for healthcare, is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And the reason I say that is, while we all embrace technology, we are looking for AI to solve many things for us, not sure if I'm ready to completely rely on Dr. Devika now. And Ram, you missed Dr. Devika from 2050. Okay, you can ask Sanjeev. He's been treated by her. So, augmented intelligence, because the clinicians, the physicians, nurses, they still exist, they will still exist, right? And how AI can help to take out a lot of inefficiency from the system, take out a lot of non-productive activities that are being performed them. All this is how will make AI really efficient and make the physicians do a better job, right? And that's why I keep saying that it's an augmented intelligence, especially when it comes to healthcare. I'm okay, somebody, a chatbot talking to me for my banking transaction, validating my, login password and all that. That's fine, right? But still I need the touch and feel by a doctor. If not 100%, at least I would be satisfied with that, right? With that said, I just wanted to now get into some specifics about how this AI will be a journey in the healthcare sector, right? Again, going to 2050 and meeting Dr. Devika, how it could be a journey, right? When it comes to AI in healthcare, we all start thinking about precision medicine and all this technology, to make it the personalized healthcare, personalized treatment, etc. Right? We directly jump into the clinical part of it. But there lies a major thing before that, the non-clinical part within the healthcare, which is the operational aspect. So I would categorize AI playing a major role in the operational aspect and then the clinical aspect. Not in any form of sequential, but then there are a lot of operational aspects where AI can play a major role, take away the inefficiencies that I just mentioned, thereby then focus more on the clinical aspect to it, right? A classical example is on the billing area, the data exchange between hospitals, providers and the insurance companies, the payers. And then a lot of operational things happening, how a patient can be discharged quicker than making them wait even after the treatment is completed by 10 a.m. in the morning. Majority of the discharge happens late in the evening, right? That's the reality today. How AI can play a major role in these operational aspects, right? And other part I want to talk about on the category of AI, right? Two categories. One is the prediction aspect and the second one is on the new kid in the block, Gen AI, how they can play a role, right? Prediction is there for quite some years and how we can make it more efficient. Like, can we predict an hospital acquired infection? Thereby we can save more lives. That's on the clinical aspect. Can we predict a better bed management in hospitals? Not just saying that how many beds are available today. Can we predict for the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, how the bed management can be planned so major hospitals can make it very efficient that the patient doesn't have to wait to get admitted, right? That's an example. The second one is on the Gen AI part, right? How the unstructured data, right? Venkat talked about the, we being the source of a lot of data available, right? How the unstructured patient data can be utilized and then that can be efficiently translated into a precise summary for the doctors to take some clinical decisions. So this is how I've put the context of AI in the healthcare. I talked more about the hospitals and insurance, the payers and providers, because that's where, GS Lab GAFs as an organization, we do a lot of work with a lot of our healthcare customers. So with that, I would conclude here, and for any questions, I'll take it later on.
So Srini's contention is it's more of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, and this is a journey, a continuum rather than an end point. Both points well taken. Ram, you represent probably the 800-pound gorilla in the medtech space. What is GE's perspective on what role AI is doing in shaping the entire discussion around all the topics which have been flagged till now? Here, very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason given the notorious traffic of backup panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic. So very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue. So of course we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bangalore and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech, but like all journalists, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi. Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He is with Danner. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. A little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way, but today if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay, so AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danner is doing. What is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation. But why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning. All right.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Please do continue.
I know Ram well. So later on the latest hour one. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, cure or delay. So, like a Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc., etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will. I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff, to get results back 6 hours later, to a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life, including, I mean, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do. When I did X-ray diffraction, I mean, you have Debye-Scherrer cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. I mean, Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous, data is available, data is curatable, data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. I mean, we used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions of the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, I mean, when I was small and went to a doctor, the doctor there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. When we are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias free. I mean, it can say, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out, massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. The way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code, they say any early stage technology, there is a lot of, we overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is yet and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around it. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? And the human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also, they are also a manufacturer. Who doesn't know GE Healthcare? Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year. Venkatesh, the first point that I would say, about AI is, what does AI stand for, the definition of AI? And many of us have been discussing this in the past few years, but I want to explicitly insist here that AI, especially for healthcare, is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And the reason I say that is, while we all embrace technology, we are looking for AI to solve many things for us, not sure if I'm ready to completely rely on Dr. Devika now. And Ram, you missed Dr. Devika from 2050. Okay, you can ask Sanjeev. He's been treated by her. So, augmented intelligence, because the clinicians, the physicians, nurses, they still exist, they will still exist, right? And how AI can help to take out a lot of inefficiency from the system, take out a lot of non-productive activities that are being performed them. All this is how will make AI really efficient and make the physicians do a better job, right? And that's why I keep saying that it's an augmented intelligence, especially when it comes to healthcare. I'm okay, somebody, a chatbot talking to me for my banking transaction, validating my, login password and all that. That's fine, right? But still, I need the touch and feel by a doctor. If not 100%, at least I would be satisfied with that, right? With that said, I just wanted to now get into some specifics about how this AI will be a journey in the healthcare sector, right? Again, going to 2050 and meeting Dr. Devika, how it could be a journey, right? When it comes to AI in healthcare, we all start thinking about precision medicine and all this technology, to make it the personalized healthcare, personalized treatment, etc. Right? We directly jump into the clinical part of it. But there lies a major thing before that, the non-clinical part within the healthcare, which is the operational aspect. So I would categorize AI playing a major role in the operational aspect and then the clinical aspect. Not in any form of sequential, but then there are a lot of operational aspects where AI can play a major role, take away the inefficiencies that I just mentioned, thereby then focus more on the clinical aspect to it, right? A classical example is on the billing area, the data exchange between hospitals, providers and the insurance companies, the payers. And then a lot of operational things happening, how a patient can be discharged quicker than making them wait even after the treatment is completed by 10 a.m. in the morning. Majority of the discharge happens late in the evening, right? That's the reality today. How AI can play a major role in these operational aspects, right? And other part I want to talk about on the category of AI, right? Two categories. One is the prediction aspect, and the second one is on the new kid in the block, Gen AI, how they can play a role, right? Prediction is there for quite some years, and how we can make it more efficient. Like, can we predict an hospital-acquired infection? Thereby, we can save more lives. That's on the clinical aspect. Can we predict a better bed management in hospitals? Not just saying that how many beds are available today. Can we predict for the next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, how the bed management can be planned so major hospitals can make it very efficient that the patient doesn't have to wait to get admitted, right? That's an example. The second one is on the Gen AI part, right? How the unstructured data, right? Venkat talked about we being the source of a lot of data available, right? How the unstructured patient data can be utilized, and then that can be efficiently translated into a precise summary for the doctors to take some clinical decisions. So this is how I've put the context of AI in the healthcare. I talked more about the hospitals and insurance, the payers and providers, because that's where, GS Lab Gaps as an organization, we do a lot of work with a lot of our healthcare customers. So with that, I would conclude here, and for any questions, I'll take it later, Antesh.
So Srini's contention is it's more of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, and this is a journey, a continuum rather than an end point. Both points well taken. Ram, you represent probably the 800-pound gorilla in the medtech space. What is GE's perspective on what role AI is doing in shaping the entire discussion around all the topics which have been flagged till now? Here, very pleasantly surprised to see on a Tuesday morning so many people assembled. Pleasantly surprised also for the reason given the notorious traffic of backup. Panelists unfortunately are still stuck in traffic, so very pleasantly surprised to see you guys actually be here on time. I actually took 52 minutes to travel 4.3 kilometers to this venue, so of course we can keep cribbing about the notorious traffic of Bangalore and all the major cities across the country till eternity. Hope it eventually gets fixed, but nonetheless thankful that all of you are here. When Nasscom first invited me to moderate this particular session, I was a little bit skeptical. I know nothing of medtech, but like all journalists, you know, I've realized that we are generalists, and on top of that it's easy to ask questions than to answer. I leave the tougher part to both my esteemed panelists to do that. We have a very interesting topic today to converse about. This is of role of artificial intelligence in preventive care, precision medicine and personalized treatment. What I intend to do is during the course of next half an hour or so, probably have my esteemed panelists start off by giving a little bit of perspective. Let me start off with, do I call you Mr. Ravi? Venkat? Okay, Ravi. Ravi is easier. Okay. Ravi represents one of the largest medtech companies on the globe. He is with Danner. Thank you, Ravi, for joining this particular panel. A little bit of perspective over next 4 to 5 minutes on how you see. One of the things is I've been tracking the tech sector for about a little over a quarter decade. Each time there is something new around the corner, they say that this is the next breakthrough. There have been lots of misses along the way, but today if you were to throw a small pebble probably in the crowd outside which is stuck in the traffic, every other person would say that we are after all in Bangalore. They have some connection of working in AI. Okay, so AI has become that ubiquitous. So why don't you start off, Ravi, by giving us a little bit of perspective on what Danner is doing, what is the kind of scope? Is AI actually all that is said to be? Is it a little bit of vaporware at this stage? And there are various degrees of skepticism which we will get into during the course of the conversation, but why don't you start off by giving us a little bit of perspective from your end?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference and in this panel. Really appreciate that. To set a context, I want to talk a little bit about Danaher because that frames the perspectives that I'll be sharing immediately, right? So we are a large medtech company. We have 3 platforms: diagnostics, life sciences, and biotech. Diagnostics, as the name says, is around diagnosing as early as possible, as accurately as possible, disease states or changes in your body. So Beckman Coulter does a lot of blood work, chemistry, immunoassay, hematology, etc., etc. Leica Biosystems does biopsies and digital pathology. Cepheid does RT-PCR and molecular diagnostics for quickly detecting diseases. So that's the diagnostics platform. So it's all around fast, accurate, precise, early detection of diseases, diagnosis. The life sciences is around discovery and curation, if you will, cure, if you will, right? So, hey, Ramashna. Good morning.
So Ram from GE joins us. Thanks, Ram. Thanks for taking the time. I'm sure that you escaped finally the Bangalore traffic. Okay, thanks for being here. Yeah, please do continue.
I know Ram well, so later on the latest hour. So that's if you understand Tamil. Sorry about that. The life sciences platform for Danaher works with innovators and with large pharma companies on understanding mechanisms, understanding disease pathways, and finding a solution for curation, the cure or delay. So like a Microsystems is a microscopy company that is heavily into sort of neuro surgeries or ophthalmic surgeries, etc. SciEx is a mass spec company that pushes the envelope on detection limits and accuracy of metabolomics, if you will. I mean, all sorts of mass spectrometry, genomics, etc. So there are companies that make monoclonal antibodies, or mRNAs for vaccines. So Aldevron is a company that made the mRNA for the vaccine that went into Moderna. So that's sort of, we work with innovators, we work with large research institutes to understand disease pathways and accelerate cure for that. Biotech is around scale up and manufacturing, if you will. So large separator collars, large bioreactors, Cytiva, Paul, these are some of the company names that are into scaling up solutions for very large scale manufacturing and distribution. So every vial of Covishield or every vial of Covaxin had an equipment train that was made by a Danaher company through its manufacturing. So that's the context. And to now specifically answer your questions around AI, AI has been around for a while. The way I look at AI is it's a confluence of many different capabilities that are coming together now. I'm old enough to have punched into a card computing code and go into a room and put it in, and 24 hours, 36 hours later get a result back. And that was state of the art in India at IIT Madras when I was doing undergrad. I have submitted jobs to Cray workstations at universities, at NCSA and stuff, to get results back 6 hours later, to a point where I now know that the cell phone that I own probably has better computing power. So there is an acceleration of computing that has touched every part of our life, including
adoption on the ground. So that was the first objective, that we wanted to develop an integrated point of view. Secondly, we wanted to actually uncover some of the challenges prevailing in the Indian healthcare ecosystem and how actually AI can bridge the gap. So we have some, applications, use cases, and how those specific use cases can help the three key challenges that the country currently faces, and those are around affordability, quality, and accessibility. The third objective was to basically not just make it a insights piece, but give some kind of a best practices and recommendations for the ecosystem. So we have a playbook section, and which is one of the most important section in this report, in which we have highlighted what are the 5 critical levers that need to be considered, and what are the specific pointers in those levers. And those levers are around infrastructure, skills, right, implementation, regulations, etc. So this is about the report. Now I'll just talk about few things, few highlights basically from the report. So the report, we see in India that healthcare is one of the key sectors for India, right? And it has been growing very, very fast. It has grown at a CAGR of 22.5% between 2016 and 2022. And by 2025, Indian healthcare industry will be USD 650 billion. Now with that, and why that is happening? Because there's a lot of uptick in the government health spending, and some of the specific healthcare segments in India, they are diversifying, and there are new pockets of opportunities such as home healthcare, telemedicine, etc. However, we see that there are significant gaps that exist in the Indian healthcare sector. Those gaps, as I talked about them, these are in terms of accessibility, quality, and affordability. So when we look at some of the specific fundamental metrics of to analyze the healthcare industry, so hospital bed population ratio or doctor population ratio, those ratios for India are significantly low. For example, for India, the hospital bed population ratio is close to 1.3 beds per 1,000 people, while for US it is 2.9, for UK it is 2.6. Similarly, doctors per 1,000 people for India, it is only 0.9 doctors, right? And for UK and US, these are 5.8 and 2.6. So we establish a case for the mass scale adoption of AI in the Indian healthcare sector, and how will that benefit the sector itself. And going into section 2, this is a very important piece. This is not just about use cases or application areas. It goes beyond the promise of AI. So our report looks at what is the current adoption level. Now the current adoption level of AI in Indian healthcare industry is this way. There are like 44 companies that have 44% of companies that have identified AI use cases, 43% have only piloted, and 38% have actually scaled up their AI use cases. Now when we look at the other side, which is the Gen AI, so Gen AI adoption is even lower. So only 16% of the use cases have actually moved to Gen AI. Gen AI use cases have moved to production. However, there are 34% of the Indian healthcare organizations that have identified some of the other use cases and must have taken some step towards adopting AI. Another section that is very important in the report is, how do the AI solution providers, including the likes of big technology providers, like specialist technology providers, solution providers, and the startups, right, from an innovation standpoint, how they are bridging the gap and what needs to be done. Finally, our report talks about what is basically, we have a section in the report which is around playbook, and playbook gives you some of the actionable pointers and recommendations, best practices, covering the 5 key levers of infrastructure, skills, planning and implementation, scalability, and regulations. So that's all I had to cover from a research perspective, from a report perspective, and I would like to just call my team who all worked on the report, and they are here. So Nasscom Insights worked with Kantar on this report, and I have Dheeraj here from my team, Kanika, and Kantar team, Shogun. Thank you.
So I would also like to call upon a few dignitaries. First of all, Mr. Sridhar Anjanappa from Baxter. Let's have a big round of applause from him. Dr. Osman Shahi, L'Oreal Life Sciences. A round of applause for him as well. And Mr. Shamnath Harinath from Siemens Healthineers. Apart from that, Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra from Nasscom CUD.
Well, I'm sure this moment deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give it up? Thank you, everyone. And with this, I'd like to invite Mr. Narayan Venkatasubramaniam, co-founder of Peptris, for an innovation spotlight. He is the co-founder of Peptris. Welcome, sir.
Can you get my? Can you get to the slides that I shared? Thanks. I'm Venkat, co-founder of Peptris Technologies. Peptris is an AI-powered drug discovery company. It's very hard to talk in this, like, it's a very different feeling here. Okay, and let me go through some of the first things first. We are a complex chemical system. That's all it is, finally. Like, we are made up of a lot of chemicals, basically. And the way I think, the way I touch, or even my sense of touch or sense of humor for that matter is just a chemical reaction that is happening inside. And when you think about it like that, it's very heartening, like saying that, oh, what's happening here? We are all finally just a big, long chemical reaction. And biologists are trying to unravel what's happening within our system, what is happening within us. And now it's very self-referential, like there's a chemical reaction thinking about itself. And so we have deciphered part of what we are as a system. And when we say part of it, there are about 20,000 odd proteins that are there within our system. Proteins are like the key anchors or the key building blocks of our of this chemical reaction. And just about 10% of it is currently well characterized. So the rest of it is like we are still trying to understand what's happening. And within this, we are supposed to find what's happening to a system, what is happening to us when something goes wrong. And this is just with about 10% of the information that is well characterized, about 40% that we have still access to. And all this data that is coming in, we are trying to make more and more sense out of it. And with all the build-up of the sensors and the clinical tools that we have got, now we are generating more and more data. And to make sense of this data and try to build something which is useful, to build therapies that are useful, that is what Peptris is about. So I'll talk to what a traditional drug discovery goes like, and I'll give you hints on where the real problems and where AI is actually playing a role. So the first is disease hypothesis. As I said, finding out what this chemical reaction is about and having out all the different pathways, the interrelationships, and trying to make sense out of it and saying that, okay, this is the runaway reaction that is actually causing the problem. And now we need to find that, some way to stop that or some way to augment it. What do? We find novel therapies, novel small molecules or other therapies with which we try to stop that ailment. And this is where Peptris is actually working on. And this is first, and this problem is not easy because there are about 10 power 60 possible small molecules, out of which you need to pick the right one. And the right one I mean is, it just works with the target, engages with the target of interest, but nothing else. Side effect free, which is very, very hard, but of course. And then what do? We run through a set of tests, both on the clinic, in a petri dish, and in animal testing before we actually give it to a patient. And then the regulatory approvals, and all these take about more than $2 billion and 10 years before a drug gets to the market. And what are we doing at Peptris? Shrinking this time, the preclinical phase, from about 5 years to less than 2 years. And that is our endeavor. And in this endeavor, what we have done is we have built an array of algorithms, means AI algorithms based on data that is available to figure out whether a molecule that we are going to look at is going to be safe, efficacious, available. Available is it reaches the right place at the right time in the right proportion, and whether it will not overstay in our body and get eliminated in time, and whether it can be formulated into a form that we can take it. And all these algorithms we run through an AI engine to look at all the possible purchasable molecules and FDA approved drugs to find novel candidates that can be taken across. What we do at Peptris is more a discovery driven, we are a discovery driven organization, not a services organization. And to top it, we have multiple case studies within Peptris where we have taken this all the way. So I'm going to just list down one or two case studies where we have been able to get, in one case, a novel molecule, and we are doing some more tests on it, and then there is a repurpose one. Repurpose one is like, we know that, though I say that it engages with the target and nothing else, most of the time, all the molecules that we take do have a lot of side effects. Yeah, and can we convert a side effect into something that is a therapy? That is what we are trying to do with AI, and that is what is called drug repurposing. And at Peptris, now we are knocking the doors of IND ready candidates. Particularly, these are, when I say IND ready, these are novel drugs that can be taken to the market. We are about a year away from it, and happy to talk to you regarding the programs that we are running, and also talk more about the AI that we are developing. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, sir. With this, we move on to our next panel discussion on another very... And this is about AI in drug discovery and drug repurposing. I'd like to invite our moderator, Dr. Vidya Niranjan, Professor and Head of the Department, Biotechnology, RV College of Engineering. Can we welcome her, please? Also joining us on the panel is Mr. Mayank Anand, GSIC VP, R&D India. Mr. Osman Shahi, L'Oreal Open Innovation Technology Partnerships. Mr. Aditya Sharma, Merck, Head of Life Sciences Process Solutions India, Merck Life Sciences. Welcoming all our panelists, and over to our moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity, Nasscom. I really like to redefine that there are 3 Ds, that is define, discover and deployment, is really a good jargon, and here we are to see about the discovery mode, like the deployment as well as the define is much with the companies, but this discovery mode is something which is very, very important, and how this technology is going to take over is something which we are going to discuss. And I would like to introduce my team, Aditya Sharma, who is a business leader and has 25 years of experience in life science industry, and Mayank Anand, a distinguished leader in clinical data management and global data operation in GSK. And we do have Osman Shahi, who is a seasonal research and innovational professional with 17 years of post-PhD experience. Welcome, everyone. So to set up the tone, let me now start with Aditya. Aditya, how is AI ML shaping up life sciences and healthcare industry in general and drug discovery in particular?
Thank you, Vidya, and thank you first of all for the opportunity to invite us here today. And we just saw Peptris, the implementation of AI into drug discovery. At Merck, we are also having similar software called Edison, and there is another one which is called Cynthia. So Edison is about screening, and Cynthia is about how you can retro synthesize this molecule. So I think this is getting extremely popular, and this is something which is not a fancy. I think this is a need. We have seen it in COVID. As Sir was talking about, if you are working on a molecule, it takes around 6 to 8 years, maybe a couple of billions for you to find a new molecule and get the product to the market. I think with the help of artificial intelligence or machine learning, we can quickly screen the molecule which have a great probability to be maybe your next blockbuster molecule which you can actually take to market. The time can go down from 6 to 8 years, maybe to 1 year or 2 years, and the amount which you spend, maybe billions of dollars, maybe 6 to 8 billion, can go down to people say 70% reduction which could happen in this. So I think this is a great possibility for all of us to employ AI ML into drug discovery and drug screening. Yeah.
Thank you, Aditya. That is a good take-home message, that especially when there is an outbreak and when there is a quick turnaround time that is needed for drug screening, I think Aditya says it is very important to have AI, ML or AI in drug discovery. And thanks for also mentioning about Cynthia and Addison, which is the crown jewel of Merck. Thank you so much. Now my question is to Mayank. How GSK is moving ahead with generative AI and overall AI ML strategy?
So thank you everyone for having me here. My first Nasscom presence. Generally I have been more busy with the congresses and conferences, but thank you for inviting me here. So these are my views. I just want to claim it. It's not GSK's view, but I will share what GSK is trying to do. So our journey actually started around 4 or 5 years back with the overall AI strategy. But then obviously 3 years back, generative AI hit everyone by storm, and now it's talk of the town, and we are actually on the right path. We have in-house built platforms which is helping us in the research work. Predominantly, obviously we are a big vaccine company, oncology and specialty, and there's a lot of benefit we are gaining from that. One thing I think so in the previous conversation also was mentioned about the data, because all this technology is of no use or no impact if the data is not right. If you are consuming wrong, you are going to produce wrong. So you have to be very careful with this technology where you are implementing it. And I think so one thing I can claim that GSK is doing way ahead than many of the competition is that we are putting the right input to this technology and we are getting the right output. As an organization, we had ensured that this becomes a part of the culture, because that's a very important part. You can bring a new technology, but if it's not part of the culture, as someone was saying that, will AI replace the physicians? The answer is no. It will not replace the physician, because human in loop is very critical. But what it will do, it will help the physicians to take more forward decisions, correct? The forward facing decision which will help the pipeline to grow and reach the patient faster, which we want to do. And obviously all these technologies come with cost, but what we are gaining is way beyond the cost actually. So cost is not a problem for any pharma company now, if it is use of generative AI which is helping to go faster to the patient. So I think so that's where we are.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the clarification that this tools, AI is a tool to accelerate the discovery and it cannot be a standalone. Thank you so much. And now my question is to Usman. From a FMCG background, what does Gen AI mean to L'Oreal?
Hello. Thank you, Professor Vidya, and thank you, Nasscom team, for giving this opportunity. Like any other organization, I think, adopting Gen AI is going to be a paradigm shift in terms of research and innovation activities. Imagine not only analyzing the data, but Gen AI generating the data. In our case, I can think of actually in terms of generating new ingredients as well as formulations. That's one part. But in case of FMCG, for example, they can be beyond ingredients. For example, packaging becomes critical. I can think of actually using generative AI for packaging design. Hyper-personalization is another topic actually where we can think of using generative AI, as well as in metaverse, for example, using augmented reality as well as AI for creating avatars, etc. So I see, especially in cosmetic or personal care industry, not only it helps in terms of drug discovery, but it goes beyond actually touching various aspects in terms of all the way from product packaging to regulatory and other aspects.
Thank you. So while internal discussion with Nasscom, they asked me to introduce myself in 2 lines. Now I think I'll take that opportunity. Why I, being an academician, is here. Neither I am in the startup mode or within corporate. So I would like to introduce myself that I was in corporate for 2 decades, where I was working with all the capacity of mid-sized companies, startups, everywhere. And especially when I was there, I found out a major drawback that startups or the big company have is during this discovery position, because many of the research will start, but due to the priority, it always go back to shelf, where we were unable to do that. So that is where I have started Center of Excellence Computational Genomics at RV College of Engineering, where lot of startups as well as the big companies, we do this discovery part of doing a research for them, which is very minimal, only with the academic background. So this is where I am here for this particular event as a moderator, and justifying that, we found out that while adapting to technology, we started with high performance, then we shifted to GPU for drug discovery, and then we started with AI ML, and now we found out some of the problems, especially for disordered proteins, we were unable to solve it with classical mechanics or AI or generative AI, where we have shifted towards the quantum computing for that. So there is a huge adaptation to the technology, but I think as a previous thing, we found out that just for the whims and fancies, we cannot have this data. Though there is a data, we cannot apply these things. There must be a genuine reason, and there should have a proper solution for it. So considering those factors of changing technology, data adaptability, and many other things, I would now like to ask Aditya, overall, what are your views in ongoing ahead and generative AI in drug discovery platform? What do you see for it?
So I already talked about a bit on this, in your first question. I think yesterday I was in Delhi in one of the talks. It was a conference around AI ML. And there were a lot of automotive companies there, and there was Bosch and Siemens and Mercedes, and it was a very interesting topic where they were talking about how generative AI is helping these companies to build maybe driver-free cars. And one of the engineers said there, when they applied generative AI into the cars, they realized that when the car is going on the road and it sees a buffalo, it actually looks at that buffalo as a cake. It identifies buffalo as a cake. Yeah? Because in Germany they were not having any buffalo on the road. So I think there was, I think for us it's what Mayank was talking about. I think the quality of data which is getting into generative AI, I think that is also very critical. That's number one. Two is, how do you make sure this data is safe? Right? How do you make sure the safety and security of that data? And this, especially in our kind of business, the data could be very personal for the patient and for individual. And how do we make sure that the data is safe? So I think while there are a lot of, I already talked about how generative AI can help companies to launch products faster at a much reduced cost. But I think these are some of the nuances we need to look at while we are expanding AI into the pharma drug discovery and that space. Yeah.
Thank you. Now my question to Mayank. What are different governance in place to ensure usage of generative AI, and AI is ethical and adhering to regulatory requirements is needed, and how do you see for the next 3 years?
So, and this question is very close to my heart because I also play additional role of data integrity risk owner for R&D in GSK, where the key priority is to ensure the data integrity is managed. And when AI came into picture, especially generative AI came into picture, it came with a lot of chaos because people were not ready for it. Actually, industry was not ready for it. So it was very important to establish a good governance around it, because in pharma industry, if your data or the outputs are not ethical, it's of no use. Regulators will never accept it, whether it's in discovery or development. So it's very important that you establish a good governance around this. And especially in discovery, where you are consuming data from different open sources, it's very important that you avoid any kind of biasness which comes into your outcomes. So there was a very important step to establish a governance around it at an enterprise level, and then obviously at a domain and the functional level. Now these governance will never work if you don't have all your data together. these governance will never work if you don't establish a correlation between research and development. So it was very important that we have one data fabric. So for example, in GSK we use one data fabric where all your research and development data is together. We had established the AI policy, which is very clear. When you're experimenting, human in loop. When you're scaling, human in loop. When you're establishing, that's the only time when you reduce the human in loop. So human in loop plays a very vital role in all the three steps where you are progressing with the AI technology. In the discovery, we also felt that the algorithms what we are create an automatic biasness, because if you're using the same algorithm from oncology to vaccine to a specialty, you are actually not adhering to what it requires from algorithm point of view. So it's very important that don't create generic algorithms. You have to be very specific, especially in pharma. And if you have multi-specialty therapeutic areas within your organization, you need to have specialized algorithms. You may need to have specialized instances to look into it. So I think so these are some governance, and the way we've written down the policies helping us to practice good AI practices within the organization and not get into any unethical or biased approach.
Thank you. Now my question is to Sahi. Can you elaborate on the role of AI in product development, personalization and customer experience?
Yeah. If you look at the history of L'Oreal over 100 years, actually we are pure and pure cosmetic player working on topical applications. But I think, during the times changing fast, and in 2018, I think, we decided actually not just to be a beauty company, but beauty tech company. So we are very much at the forefront in terms of adopting various digital technologies as well as devices in our product portfolio. Just to give some examples, for example, in 2019 we launched a application called Skin Consultant AI with one of our brands called Vichy. It's a AI powered algorithm to recommend or diagnose your skin conditions and suggest some products. Again, there's a lot of research that goes into to developing such products. For example, we train those models on thousands of images, what we call L'Oreal skin atlases, based on our evaluation studies, etc. And then we modified and retrained those models on selfie images under different lighting conditions and different ethnicities, etc. So such kind of tools actually we develop internally for diagnosing the skin health, as well as actually another example I can think of, into 2020 at Consumer Expo in Las Vegas, we launched a product called Perso, which is a personalized formulation development device, which can actually customize your product based on your diagnosis condition. For example, if you want a specific lipstick or specific foundation or any based on your diagnostic, based on your metabolite profile or proteomics on the skin, it can recommend certain products actually which can go well with your skin, etc. So those kind of things actually we do on a regular basis in terms of internal to understand skin and scalp or hair conditions and customize those products actually to the consumers appropriately.
If I can ask you one more question, do you use AI in creating novel molecules, formulation and testing them? Does it actually optimize the whole discovery process?
Yes, definitely. Before I answer this question, actually probably I will take a minute actually to just give a little bit background in terms of L'Oreal vision, especially when it comes to ingredients and products. We have a program called L'Oreal for the Future, L4TF, which we launched in 2020. Under this one, actually the whole theme or idea is actually the product is not only good for you but for the environment as well. So we have a lot of KPIs in terms of addressing sustainability, water footprint and other aspects. Under the sustainability category, we have a set some targets. Like for example, 95% of the ingredients that goes into our formulas has to come from sustainable sources, either from circular processes or from renewable ingredients or coming from abundant minerals, which is not the case today. So it's a huge challenge. So we are talking about actually revamping our whole portfolio of ingredients, like 6 to 10,000 ingredients, completely moving away from a petrochemical ingredients to renewable ingredients. So it's a huge task, and I think this is where actually the digital biology or digital chemistry are a kind of a core pillars for us to understand actually, especially from a repurposing purpose. Not only it's about actives, biological actives. In cosmetics actually you have all kind of ingredients, polymers, pigments, UV filters, etc., etc. So we not only look at product efficacy in terms of on the consumers, but also it's important to understand the end of life cycle, because these tend to be discharged in water. It should not be harmful for the environment, etc., etc. So this is where actually the whole AI and other predictive models come into play. We develop models to predict not only the efficacy but also the end of life cycle, etc. Another important aspect in terms of formulations, accelerating the predict the stability of formulations with certain tools, as well as sensory prediction, etc., etc. So yeah, definitely overall I feel actually the AI can definitely help in terms of faster to the market, optimizing your resources and as well as time.
Yeah, thank you.
I think so. I'll add one example from precision medicine. I think so. That's a very hot topic presently in the industry. And if you remember that historically we have been collecting a lot of high dimensional data in clinical studies in any therapeutic area basically. And these high dimensional data are what? Basically genomic data or digital biomarker data. Now with help of generative AI, we are trying to repurpose it for precision medicine. And that's a very good case study. And I feel it's a very strong case study for the industry to adopt for. Not many companies are adopting it, but I'm sure with help of generative AI, it just reduces the burden of the cost which precision medicine used to have it. But if you have collected decades of genomics data with you for exploratory data, you can use generative AI to create precision medicine solutions which will be more effective for future.
Knowing now more about that, this is definitely going to be a positive impact on drug discovery. I have one question to Aditya. What do you think about the intellectual property challenges and novelty, patentability of this generative AI or repurposing drugs? What's your take on that? I would like to ask this to Mayank as well as to Shahi, but I want Aditya to answer first.
So actually I'm not the expert in this area. I think Mayank can talk about it. Okay. But just to add to what Mayank was saying around precision medicine and finding formulations, so there is one more tool which we have developed in Merck. So many pharmaceutical companies, they struggle to create the right formulation, right? So you need to have an API, say example your paracetamol, and then you need to put excipients around it. But they have to go together as a good formulation. So, so one of the tools what we have is where if you have an API, it suggests you what are the right excipients which can go with it. And then you can very quickly screen and put a formulation together.
Is it green chemistry?
No, not really the green chemistry, but it can be. But yeah, so this is another very, very good use where you can very quickly find the right formulation. But that's where probably the IP point could come in, which probably I would ask Man and maybe Osman to talk about.
I think so. It's a very vast topic. Actually, you can discuss the whole day about it. But one thing is very important is the repurpose of the data. If you are using your generative AI tools to repurpose the data which is collected for some other study or clinical evidences, please make sure you have the right governance around it, because repurpose of data is a very tricky place, and I met some of the lawyers here, and I'm sure the legal knows it very well. When you're using any data which has already been collected as a primary endpoint for any other clinical study and you are using for discovery phase, It's important there is a consent for sure. Also, the generative AI should not be biased with the outcome of that study. So many times what we do when we feed in the unique data, we also feed in the generic data which we collected, and there is an automatic bias to the outcome. So you have to make sure that you don't mix two data together. Always treat this as an independent data for the future discovery phase. Also make sure when we are using the human genome data, which is in terabytes, the high dimensional data, make sure that there is a significant consent written from a genomic data perspective, because most of the consents in clinical studies have been written for generic data to be used, not the genomics data. And genomics data give you more wider access to the patient than the generic data you have collected. So make sure your consents are talking to that, and that's the only way to secure the IP. Because if you do this for the discovery phase using APIs or any generative AI tool, you may get into trouble if that data is not consented to be repurposed. So there's a tricky part to it, the way you are repurposing the data, because generative AI can open wider doors for you to explore. But maybe that data is not even consented for that if it is coming from the clinical study. If it's coming from an open source, then you have to make sure that your AI is not only looking into the future data, but also the historical data analysis is very important. You need to run your algorithms in the historical data analysis to marry with the new algorithm outcomes, and then only it will be called as a new outcome. Otherwise, you are actually repurposing an historical evidence and making a new decision, and there is a IP conflict to that. So obviously these things to be taken care to ensure that IP is stored for the research you are doing, and using an AI you don't get into the same situation. And I think so we should follow the same principle as we do with the human beings, correct? If I'm using a human scientist, I'm going to follow certain principle to do it. Use generative AI with the same principle. Don't try to just jump the queue, and otherwise you'll be in a situation.
Thank you. Dr. Shahi, your comments on this.
Yeah, the IP aspect actually in case of FMCG is a little bit tricky in the sense it's a fast trends. For example, I mean, what is a hit today is a miss tomorrow in FMCG space, and that's becomes a little bit tricky actually. How do you catch that trend and protect your IP for a short trends? And another important aspect actually is very often actually IP on ingredients becomes challenge, and that's why I mean we deviate towards formulations or applications, etc., etc. And especially IP in the formulations is a subtle variations. I mean, it's very hard to pick it up, and on top of it, actually, consumers demands more transparency in terms of what you are trying to put on the product, etc., which might lead to easily reverse engineering of the formulations, etc., etc. Having said that, I think I mean definitely AI has a role to play in terms of actually using all kind of AI tools in terms of spotting the trends early to develop appropriate products, etc., as well as use of AI in terms of patent landscape, as well as understanding the white spaces, etc. So I see overall actually, I mean, AI can play a role in terms of actually from a regulation as well as from the patent aspects.
I think it just triggered me because someone I met and talked about the M&A of the molecules. In the present world, if you see the pipelines of the pharma company, 70% is coming from acquisitions. So you are acquiring molecules or solutions or procedures. And if you want to use AI on the acquired one, please make sure you have done enough historical review before you do that. Because you don't know from where the data is collected, and if there was an AI used in the previous versions where the outcomes were looking like. I think so it's a very tricky situation for most of the pharma companies who are acquiring very extensively. So they have to make sure that the data durability and veracity of the data is highly measured before it gets for repurposing of any other discovery mode.
Thanks, Mayank, on this. And I think unlike any other health care summit which we have seen in the forenoon session, drug discovery is not only for sick, it's for well-being also. This is for healthy also, because we have multivitamins, many things that are coming in. So drug discovery is definitely a very good sector where AI is extensively used, and thanks Mayank and Aditya and Shahi who told about taking care in terms of patentability, novelty, and how to be very careful in declaring that as a novel. Thank you very much about that. Now I think we can take some questions.
Can you hear me well? So, generative AI by nature is probabilistic and anticipatory. How do you go about these regulatory approvals? So, can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, so it depends where you're using it. If it's in the discovery phase, the regulatory approach is very different than if it's in the development phase. So for the development phase, I think so regulatory bodies are still learning about it. They're trying to bring new regulations which can help that. So recently we were talking to some of the regulators, and the first question for them was, can you train us how you're using generative AI today? Because take my words, most of the regulatory agencies across the world are not ready for it. They're learning. So they're in the learning phase. So you have to have a collaboration. So there are industry questions which are helping us to train both the sides together. Second thing, one thing which regulatory bodies have said very clearly is that make sure whatever you do, the data traceability should not be erased at any point of time. So data traceability is the key. So your digital footprint of the data should be maintained. So you can use any technology, name it, from ML to LLM to deep learning to anything you want to call it as. But when you are producing that information to me or data to me for submission, make sure that data traceability is maintained. And I think so that's the key why every pharma company wants to have one single platform so data traceability is maintained and we don't get into a situation where we cannot track back that data. So I think so that's how we are convincing the regulatory bodies that this data is of a good nature. Then our governance and policies are helping them to understand that we are making sure that everything we do to not have a biasness. And you're right, using generative AI is a probability. It can create a probability, but that same thing is for statistics, correct? You are testing a hypothesis and you go with that hypothesis. So till the time you are maintaining the traceability, your data integrity as a high level, you have the right policies and governance, it will be easy conversation with regulatory bodies. I'm not saying it's going to be the easiest one, but a good conversation to prove what you're trying to do.
Hi. I have a question for all the multinational pharma company leaders that are sitting here. In one of
Where you are? Sorry.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
So, one of the earlier panels we discussed that Indian data sets are very less in number, and we have a lot of data sets coming from Western countries. So how, at a level of multinational corporation, how do you account for this data imbalance in making new drugs, especially for Indian population where we know that the clinical trials data is very less?
So me and Aditya were talking over the lunch about it because he asked me this question that how many trials in India are running for GSK, for example? Not much. We are doing mostly post-marketing surveillance studies. See, the problem is any pharma company for that matter, not only GSK, any pharma company, if they're launching a product, they always like to go where the patient population is available for clinical trial. India as a country is still developing there. I'm not saying we are there what we were 10 years back. 10 years back situation was very bad. Maybe 2 or 3 clinical trials a year. To now we are doing 50, 60, 70 or maybe hundreds. But most of the trials are post-marketing surveillance trials, where a drug is launched somewhere else and then you bring it to the country. So it's not about India as a single as a country, because any pharma company, when they're doing a clinical trial, the maximum site they take is 30, 40 or 50. So that means you're only covering 40 or 50 countries. Rest of the countries are out of the scope. You cannot do in all the 180 or 200 or 300 countries, correct? So there will be always some country which will be left out. Now coming from an India perspective, yes, I agree with that claim that Indian healthcare data set is not the greatest one, to be honest. And if you want to run your algorithms on this to make it easier, you're actually confusing it. So the first thing is that to baseline the data. And I give this example in most of the congresses also when I go, that if you get a fever today and you go to a doctor and you say you have a fever and dengue is everywhere, what do? They will do a platelet count test for you, correct? Your platelet count test will say 1,80,000. Doctor said, you're good. It's positive, no problem. Go ahead. But actually your platelet count was 2.5 lakhs, correct? Because you don't have a baseline for yourself, what you get into a trap of that. And that is called a bad data set. In Indian healthcare, this is the biggest problem to resolve. If I go to US, I can get any history from last 10 years and I can action accordingly. So I think so we have to improvise, and I have to say that government is trying to do it. There are different measures which they are doing it, which is helping to do it. But are we there? The answer is no. Second thing is that for the pharma companies, India is becoming a prime hub. Just to give you a basic idea, like 10 years back, how many global pharma companies were running their R&D from India? Maybe 2 or 3. Just to let you, the latest is Amgen. So we are talking about top 12 out of top 20 now from India. So that is going to increase the footprint in the country. And thanks to the GCC concept, it is helping to bring more R&D footprint in the country. The more R&D footprint, more the clinical trials will come to the country, because there is a workforce which is helping them, there is a global standards which will be maintained, and obviously government policies are helping us to go in more better collaboration. Are we there? The answer is no. But will be there in next 5 to 10 years? The answer is yes.
And just to add to what Mayank said, actually there is growing consensus within various regulatory bodies that if enough clinical trial has been done on a drug, say like he said between 50 countries, there is no need to conduct more clinical trials around the same drug, because if you see, there is a huge cost to clinical trial, right? If you see a drug today, especially the biosimilars and biologic drugs, where one vial could be 1.5 lakh rupees, for example, right? Many of those drugs, there is a huge cost to clinical trial, one of the biggest, I guess. So there is a growing consensus, and there is kind of, they want to create an agreement within these different countries and regulatory bodies that if there is enough data available, why do you need to do more trials, right? So take that data, say yes, it's good, go ahead with that, right? So that's going to happen more and more. So it's as we become a global economy, or what COVID showed, you know, any disease can go very quickly. You don't have time to say do it on my population and then show that this drug is working here. So that's going to change eventually. It's not going to be there for a long time. And then the pace at which you can launch a product would be much faster, right? So
we have 2 hands, I don't know.
Hello, hi Mayank, my question is to you. Mayank, you said there is a huge difference from the data set of US and India. We know what's the major difference, why we know why it is happening. Like I just want to add one thing is like I think today we have a lack of health education. That's a major thing. Today we are talking about generative AI, 20 years, 30 years and 40 years, and next some AI doctor, someone is coming. But are we fitting in the current ecosystem of the, like, are we understanding the current healthcare ecosystem first of all?
Thank you. What's your name, please?
Mustafa Sharif.
You asked a perfect question, because if you get a fever today, will you go to a physician or you go to a medical shop to take a crocin or a paracetamol? That answers the question. That's the biggest problem.
Yes.
Most of us don't follow. For example, in the UK, if you have a fever, you have to go through a process. There's a step-by-step process which takes you, correct? Which collects information from you and creates something for you. Today in India, majority of the population don't even go to primary physician if they have a basic fever or a cough. We have all kinds of ways to deal with it. That mindset has to change. I'm not saying for everything you to rush to a doctor, but doctors or physicians have been established for certain things. So it's the mindset which you're doing presently. How you consume healthcare is very important. Then only you can give back, correct? So consumption of healthcare itself is not right in the country, which is improving. Go to the urban areas, it's much better. Rural are still struggling and they are still growing it. So I think so that part has to change. And second is, just see how the hospitals are connected. Today, if I go and ask for one patient, if you go to 6 different hospitals, is your record connected and can I get it at one EHR EMR? The answer is no. And I think so those are the basic fundamental changes we have to bring in the country, and I think so it's happening. Digital India is helping in some or the other sense, but not exactly
But
what the Western countries have done.
healthcare is happening. Do you think that is happening? Preventive healthcare, like health education, like people. If you take an example, people still don't know the difference between heart attack and the cardiac arrest. They still that health education. What best we can bring up as awareness for the health education in India? Then we can talk about the data sets. Then definitely the data sets, everything we give a proper point, better than the US or any other country if we focus on the health education first.
Completely agree with that, and I'm not denying it. And that's where I think so academy has to come to the different sessions to facilitate it. For example, when we go to different colleges, the first thing we ask them, do you understand what is the basic health care? And the answer is no most of the time, because there is no formal education about it, correct? The only education you get if you are taking a biology or you are going to life sciences core. If I ask an engineer, on the second hand, no. But there's some fundamental education which you have to impart. But is that education given in other countries? The answer is no. I'm telling you, not every other, our education system is not bad compared to any other country. We're doing good on that. It's just that more mindset changes required in the society than going to the colleges and educating people. More than that, it's a mindset which we have to work on.
Thank you.
I think we are running out of time. Thanks. And I think the discussion was quite fruitful. We had more time for discussion. And thank you again, Nasscom, for taking this initiative, and my fellow panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please remain on stage for a few moments. May I invite Shantanu from Nasscom Centre of Excellence to please. Requesting you to please hand over mementos to our speakers. Thank you so much for that very insightful panel and your thoughts and your time today. Thank you. So we now move on to a session on medical device ethical hack by Deep Armor. Welcome.
Hello. Yeah. We are from a company called Deep Armor. We are a cybersecurity consulting firm. Today, Rahul from Senior Security Analyst in Deep Armor, and I will be presenting a demo which is a weakness in BLE, how we implement and design the BLE communication in the wearable devices. Today, we are taking wearable as an example, but this attack will fit for all the medical devices which uses the BLE as their communication. This is the ecosystem that we are looking into. It has mainly three sections: mobile application and a wearable device which is MI band 2, and also a cloud service. But our focus is mainly on the communication between wearable device MI band 2 and a mobile application which is a legit application. So normally we all know that the fitness trackers exchanges lot of information with the application, as well as even the application sends lot of data to the fitness tracker. It can be a firmware update, it can be any BLE name change, and even nowadays all the fitness trackers are supporting the social app notification. You can even take a call, you can even send a message through the wearable devices. Whereas wearable device, in response to the application notification, it will be responding with the like for example, if you are using any wearable devices, it will be calculating lot of activities, your sleep count, step count, even while doing the swimming also it will be taking all the information of a person who is wearing it. Along with this, it will also respond to the social notifications, like you can even answer the call, you can even send the messages through the wearable devices. So all the communication that is happening through the BLE over there is encrypted using the long-term key, which is an encryption key that is provided by the Bluetooth Low Energy. So if an attacker sniffs this traffic, obviously it is encrypted and they will be just getting the garbage data. So we are not focusing on wireless communication, but we are focusing on something. What if a malware application is sitting itself on the phone? Can it steal the data? We'll be focusing on this demo today, and we are using a demo setup which includes MI Band 2 and also a smart Android phone is this, and we are using the MI Fit app, this is a legitimate app provided by the MI Fitness app band itself. Also, we have written a custom malware app, which is a DeepArmor's proprietary code. This app will be sitting on the same phone with certain permissions, and we'll see how this malware application can read the legit data. So I'll ask Rahul to show the demo now.
Hello everyone. So for today's demo, this is going to be the overall overview of the demo, where as you all can see on the left side, we have the fitness tracker, which will be connected to its legitimate app called MI Fit app, where these two devices will be communicating with each other via Bluetooth, where, as Sunil mentioned, it will be sharing the step counts, calories, all the health related data that the person is wearing. So what we are going to do is, being an attacker, we are going to sniff the traffic between the wearable device and the mobile app, and we are going to steal the step counts and the calories using a malware app which will be installed on the Android phone. So let us just directly start the demo. So before I start the demo, I'm going to explain the setup that I have over here. On the right side of my screen, you can see I have my Visor application open. So in order to share my mobile screen that I'm using this application, where on my Android phone I have installed the legitimate MI Fit app, where the fitness tracker MI Band is connected to the legitimate application. So I'm just going to show, try to simulate for step counts, as you can see, and let's see how the data gets increased in the legitimate application on the application here. So as you all can see, since the device and the application is connected via Bluetooth, the step counts is getting increased in the application here. So now let me introduce the malware app that we'll be using for the demo here. So this is going to be the malware app that we'll be using for the demo, where using this malware app, we'll be going to sniff the traffic and steal the step counts and the calories. So there's one more application that we are using for the demo that is called as the Android Studio, where I'm showing the logcat window of it. So in order to show whatever the malware app is going to sniff the traffic, that data will be displayed under this logcat window. So the scenario here is I'm going to generate traffic between the the fitness tracker and the legitimate application, and we'll see how the malware app, which is installed inside the mobile app, how it is going to sniff the traffic and steals data, and it is going to display it under this screen, which is over in the left side screen. So as you all can see, I am trying to simulate for the step counts and the calories again, and as you can see on the legitimate application, the data is getting updated. In the meanwhile, the malware app, which is also sitting on the mobile phone, is also able to read the step counts as just like the legitimate application here. So as you all all can see that right now the step count says 1115. The same 1115 data has been captured by the malware app as well here. So in this demo, we saw that we were able to sniff the traffic between the wearable device and the mobile application via a malware app. And here we are just talking about the step counts and calories, right? So let's take a real-time example. Let's say there is a BLE device which is called as the blood sugar monitor device, which will be connected to an insulin pump, where these kinds of devices are used by the person who are diabetic, right? So let's assume this diabetic patient uses both the insulin pump and the sensors which are connected to an Android phone with this kind of security. And let's just say if someone tries to decide to install a malware app on the Android phone, which will monitor the insulin pump. So since the communication is bidirectional, it's not only about sniffing the traffic and stealing the data. It's about injection as well. So in this case, an attacker using the malware app, what he can do is he can actually send a signal to send more insulin or less insulin to the insulin pump, and where it could be really fatal in this case. So this is one just example that we are going to that we showed, and this is all about the demo today. So
Thank you so much for that. We now move on to another session on insights, and this is on demystifying data protection in the digital world. Please join me welcome our moderator, Mr. Akhil George from Times of India. I'm sure we can do this louder. On the panel, joining us is Dr. Ajay Agarwal, Professor, IIT Jodhpur. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. And Mr. Sri Shankar Gunjalam from Siemens Healthineers. A warm welcome to you all, and over to the moderator, please.
Hello everyone. This is a beautiful auditorium. I hope everyone's wide awake. So today we have two experts with us and they'll help us demystify the entire area of cybersecurity and how to protect ourselves in a world where our devices, all our devices around us are collecting all sorts of information. I think everyone is painfully aware, thanks to CrowdStrike, just how disruptive it can be when we underestimate cybersecurity. So Ajay is an expert. He's from IIT Jodhpur, an expert in electrical and electronics. Give us an idea, sir, on medical devices, the advances, all the data they're collecting, and how to protect all that data.
Thank you very much, Akhil and Nasscom, for this opportunity. Data today is very important, so we have been listening in earlier sessions also. Why it has become important? Like, I am giving one perspective, and my colleague will be talking on the other part of it. Like today, we are looking for large number of point of care devices. we have seen a demonstration also just before this session. Number of devices being used, and it is a device which is there in almost all homes, all clinics. So these devices, when we are using, are they secure? They are generating a lot of data. Are they secure? Where this data is going, how it is being read by us, that has become a major challenge. And it has become important development, like a lot of technology people along with medical people are working together to develop these devices, but this security aspect in many cases is not being addressed to that extent. Which I can say because I am coming from the device development side. We are not focusing too much on the security from the very beginning. Our technology is focusing on how to deliver the solutions which are disruptive solution. In many cases, the security is not covered. The another aspect here is medical data records. We listened in the previous talk also. Are these being recorded properly? The quality of the data, that is also important. Otherwise, security is not going to do anything, because these data are being used for a lot of predictions, and these are very important predictions. And I myself has observed while working on multiple projects with the hospitals, the quality of data is sometimes compromised. So, and how it is being recorded and how it is being analyzed. So that part need to be looked from the very beginning. So I'll say that is one important aspect to start with.
Okay. Data across healthcare, if I have to see, not just the devices, it ranges from, as you enter into a hospital, you're going to get yourself registered into a system, right? So your receptionist will ask you a number of your details, right? Your PII, right? Your personally identifiable information. It starts from there, right? And then comes the kind of data that you will input into your systems. Patient comes in, there are various things that they will be dealing with, and doctors will note down, right? And that's the kind of data that Dr. Ajay was talking just now. Now, what will happen to the data? There are two things that's possibly that can go wrong, right? What are they? One is you disrupt a service or you destroy the data. Right? So imagine in an ICU with hundreds of lights flashing and some alarms. If your hacker has access and not your doctor or a nurse, what happens to that? Right? It can be catastrophic. The second part is the data leakage or data theft. So right from your PII, the patient data, and for your further diagnostics, you always have to rely on what data has been stored previously. And if that is manipulated, then you most likely are going to be fed with some wrong medication, or like stating that somebody is not allergic to penicillin as allergic to penicillin, or vice versa. It's very dangerous. So these are the kind of things that will happen. So what do you have to do? You have to secure at every stage, come what may.
Dr. Ajay, maybe you can give us an idea what's happening at IIT Jodhpur.
So data security, if we see, yes, there are my colleagues who are working on data security part, but what I was trying to emphasize in the very early part, the major effort is on developing various systems, and we are taking data from different hospitals also, and how securely we are processing it for a solution. My panelist, co-panelist was also stressing that part. So that has become an important aspect. So we have to build this security aspect from the very beginning when we are making a gadget, because
today data is not just a discrete data. It's a electronic data, and it can be secured, and the secure walls need to be developed around it. We are also looking into that aspect. Many times another observation has been when a startup starts an activity, that needs a separate effort and a separate expertise. So we are in a hurry to bring something to the market. So we leave that aspect unnoticed, or we say it's not that important, we'll see at the later stage. But it becomes too difficult, or it may become difficult, and I think Sri will agree that it has to start. And how?
Absolutely. So when you talk about data, so data will reside in applications. Applications will reside on devices. And there are definitely platforms with which they communicate. And then ultimately it will be people who will be actually touching the data. So at what point will you handle data? In every point. And most importantly, when application is gathering the data, when it is moving over to the device, that is a connectivity. From device, it's getting connected to some other platform, that's another connectivity. And there is always a people interface to the data. So wherever there is an interface, there can be a compromise, right? If the device itself is compromised, it's gone. Platform is compromised, it's gone. So you have to think about data security in every possible way. Wherever data flows, you will have to secure that. So normally what happens in a product, you will get a concept. The concept will turn into a good business idea, and then that will move into an architecture, a design, and then it will be developed, then it will be tested. If you do a security testing at that point of time, then you will figure out, in the -3 step, I should have done something. So you end up doing a whole lot of rework. So which is where the shift left concept is very, very active in the industry today. So which is, you're not thinking security as an afterthought. You're going back to where it was, right? Where it was conceived, where it was, where the idea came up, and right at that point, including at this architecture, design stage and development stage, every stage security is worked out, and not just the device, application, platform and human level, it is also at the developmental stages. So it is even handled at that, and that's absolutely necessary.
So one stage is at multiple stages that data is being handled. I think you all will accept this one. Many places still the medical records are on paper, and someone is entering it. So that is one biggest place where the data compromise can happen. This data can leak also, and the quality of data, which is really it is recorded in a proper format or not.
So while that is one side of the coin, the other side of the coin is, after you put the data in somewhere, you always have it in an electronic form. That's when you invite hackers. At least I would say it's much safer in the paper. Yeah. But it's always a challenge even after you put it into the electronic state.
I agree. So we want more data in an electronic format so that we can analyze it and we can use it for predictions, early predictions. But
it has to be secure.
It has to be secure, and the security has to be at all different steps wherever it is being handled. So that was the first place where I saw that there is a chances that it can leak. So we have to secure there also. So that's a big leak area.
So basic debate between convenience and security. I think it's an age-old problem. It also sounds like this is an excellent career opportunity. By the looks of it, it sounds like it's a multidisciplinary field now, cybersecurity, right?
Yes, it's a fantastic opportunity. As the technology is evolving, today it's almost impossible. Today people don't know. For my teenage daughter doesn't know how a check leaf looks like, right? Because banking happens on your mobile with a few clicks, and they don't have to stand in the queue, or they don't have to travel to the bank. So every other field is, because of the cyber technology, we have got the power in our hand, and so is our power for destructing, for the destructive activities. So it's not just to, there are offensive security, there is defensive security, there are blue teaming, red teaming, there are various kinds of security, and also on the designer level, like whatever I was talking about, the shift left and test carriers, that's massive, and product support is another massive thing, and there are people who are quasi legal and technical resources. So its opportunities are many. It is an ever evolving subject, and if I don't read for 2 days, third day I feel I am outdated. That's the challenge in cybersecurity.
What's your advice to startups, startup founders, especially startups who are creating medtech devices? How should they go about this?
So especially, I think I know one program from IIM Bangalore where the inventors, people who have a service idea, they were given a workshop and some kind of a support structure for them to have. I'm sure IIT Jodhpur has, IIT Gandhinagar has, where I'm associated with certain agencies. So there is a lot of, you cannot say, see, people think, oh, it's very expensive. Yeah, it is, but it's inevitable. If you don't incorporate it, it's going to be much more expensive. So you better include it. So that's the way it is. And there is, I must say the central government is putting enough focus on it and providing opportunities through various agencies.
Dr. Ajay, your advice to young founders?
I am in line with my co-speaker here. We have to look for our gadgets which are secure. Otherwise, they will not go far. We are putting lot of efforts on disruptive technologies, that is fine, but data security solutions do exist. We may not have to invest too many things or discover too many new things. The solutions do exist, but please incorporate those the technologies in your devices or in your gadgets so that your solution is also a secure one. So definitely a secure or the quality products go better in the market. So keep it that we are developing a disruptive solution, but it has to be a quality product. So without the secure data, it is not a quality product. You can consider that as one of the important aspects. So it's must for us now.
Definitely, I must add that DSCI and the kind of activities that DSCI is doing and Nasscom interactions, I think many can benefit even from industry bodies. So that's a big takeaway for, I'm sure people are already using it.
What about AI now? The hackers must love AI. It must have made them very productive. So now, do we have to create AI models to counter that? Is that the only way? In fact, is that the future of cybersecurity?
Yeah, AI is we were listening to the panel earlier. So will AI completely replace the people who are countering attacks? No. Will AI completely replace hackers or simplify everything for them? No. It will keep evolving. But the truth is, if somebody does not employ AI, that guy will be replaced with somebody who knows AI. So you got to be strong in your basics of security and basics of your domain expertise. AI can help you. And the more AI you can adopt for various pieces, the more successful you are. You don't have to go overboard. You don't have to be left behind in the race as well.
Dr. Ajay?
So, rightly see, AI is helping what we have been doing to do it in a better way, a more productive way, or when we are going to the diagnostic, you can do some diagnostics which you were not able to do. So AI is just helping us. It's a helping tool. It's not a solution. So we have to take it that, yes, use whatever technology, but we have to provide a solution which is secure, safe. That is it. That's the end point. But definitely use AI, because the technology is available to us. Why not? And we have to provide a better solution in minimum cost. That is also important. Minimum effort goes in. That is always good. But technology is different.
Yeah.
Before this conversation started, we were having a conversation in the back, and one of you brought this interesting topic about how research institutes are a soft target in today's days.
So
Please.
it's always, if you have an enterprise, they will have necessary security built in. So if I'm a hacker, if I have to go for information, I would go for, okay, is this a good company? Okay, let me not waste time here. If the same data is being shared with an educational institution, probably I would go and hit that, because it's much more widely open, and there is more people who are curious, and there is lesser kind of governance than in an industry. So that will be a sweet target and a soft target.
Yeah. So to some extent, yes. See, our systems, our network are also very secure that way.
Yeah.
We are not keeping it open that anybody can go in and can take anything. But these data or whatever we are doing in the academic or academia, students are involved, and large number of students are involved. And many a times they log into different networks, because they are moving around, they have to go out also, that they have a life. And if you are logging into unsafe networks, you are liable to so many other things, what we understand. So that way, I think there are chances of hacking. Whereas in the industry, the networks are very secure. No data can be discussed outside, but we can. In academia, we can take it out and can do it many things from different places.
And that's what a hacker would capitalize on.
Yes.
Srishankar, when you're hiring at Siemens, what type of skills do you look out for when you're hiring for a cybersecurity professional in the health tech space?
It completely depends on the kind of requirement that we have at various stages. So it basically is driven by the risk assessment. What's the current threat? What is our roadmap? What do we want to be prepared with? And those are the primary aspects. So most of the times, any large organization, we would love to groom our own resources rather than take from market. So we will catch them young, and this is one highly volatile market. You don't have people sticking on for a longer time in this field. So that's a big challenge. So, and also somebody who's been very good in banking security or telecom security, when I have them in healthcare security, there is a whole lot of domain that they need to understand. So that way, somebody in the domain of healthcare will be a better bet for me. Else, there is a whole lot of, without knowing the domain, you cannot deal with the security, because you need to know what is the vulnerability in order for me to secure that. So these are some of the considerations for hiring.
The engineering skills will only take you so far, right? You also badly need that domain knowledge.
And today we have even non-engineering students, some not even graduates. They're extraordinary hackers and counter hackers. So it has actually defied all the norms that we have had so far. So that's one unique thing about cybersecurity.
Dr. Ajay, some foundational skills that you always tell your students to work on to get into this field?
We look for varied kind of skills. If you are developing a solution with the security, so definitely interdisciplinary skills are required, and they go from engineering to medical side. So all come in, and engineering also there are varied kind of skills. So academia, you all understand that varied skills are there, and all need to come together for such solutions. It's a very quite varied and interdisciplinary things we look for.
Thank you to both of you for enlightening all of us, and thanks for everyone, especially Nasscom. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. May I invite Sushant from Nasscom COE to please hand over mementos to our speakers. Thank you so much. Can we hear it for our panelists? So with this, we come to our last but a very interesting segment that we have for you today, and this is the Startup Awards, where this aims to recognize the startups making on-ground changes through their innovative solutions. Are we ready for this? Shall we? One tap, please. Okay, so we'll start with the first one, and this is for the category AI in Cardiology. May I invite Sridhar Anjanappa from Baxter to please hand over this award. May I request you to present the award, sir? And this award is going to Dr. Charit from Tricog. Please keep it going. It would be nice to hear all of you cheer for our winners. Congratulations, sir. For the next category, AI in Ophthalmology, this one is going to Dr. Vipin and Dr. Kalpa from Remedio. Let's hear it for our winners. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. To present the next few awards, may I invite Mr. Shyamnath Harinath from Siemens Health and Years. Welcoming Mr. Shyamnath with the warmest round of applause. Welcome, sir. For AI in Radiology, this one is going to Avnish from Neos Health. Yes, we can do this louder. Congratulations. For AI-led surgical planning, this one is going to Lena from BrainSight AI. Yes, 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 please keep it going. Give us all the energy you can. Congratulations. For Precision Therapeutics, this award is going to Anjali from 4Base Care. Congratulations. For pulmonary screening, this award is going to Sunil Singh and Vaibhav Bhavsar from LVO Fit. And may I invite Mr. Sanjeev Malhotra to please present this award, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Shyamnath. For AI-led drug discovery, this award is going to Venkat from Peptis. Congratulations, sir. So your entry to the stage was very interesting. We like the way you did that. Congratulations to all the winners! Shall we do that once again? I'm sure you can do this like 2 times louder than you did. Congratulations once again. And to conclude the event and deliver the word of thanks, I'd like to invite Mr. Navratan Kataria, Director, Enterprise and International Partnership, Nasscom COE. Can we hear that from Mr. Navratan, please? Please allow us a minute. So we'll request you to please deliver the vote of thanks, sir.
A stage, and the people were sitting like this. And this time every speaker had to do this. And I just heard from a physiotherapist. He says, looking at the mobiles, it is good to look at this and learn from all the audience who have come here. And it was very good of St. John's Hospital here to provide us this facility where a lot of learning came from the audience here. I'm sure the speakers have said that they have learned a lot, as much as they wanted to share their learnings sitting on the dais over here and looking upward. So there's a reason why I'm saying this, upward and downward. I would like to say thanks a lot to all the sponsors, all the startups, the corporates who have come over here. But over the course of the day, we've learned a large number of things, and at least 3 moderators told us this is your homework, right? But we can't do this homework just alone. We are facilitators. We need support of all the people sitting out here and your partners and your partners' partners. And what we will request you to do is to make these connections. We are all enablers or the recipients of the work that the enablers do, either side of the table. Our request to all of you would be how you could help support us connecting these dots. And as we all agreed that health is not like a single technology, single players game. It has to be the game of multi-stakeholders. It has to be people from different fields. It will be from molecule to AI and maybe ethics, maybe cultural issues. I think the word culture was spoken in one of the speakers. So I think there are a lot of things that we have to work together on, and our wish would be please reach out to us, give your feedback. No doubt, I mean, we'll love your feedback on how to improvise, how to make it better next year and next round of LHIF that we do. But most important is that from this room that we have seen a large number of doubts. Should we or should we not do? What we need is to deploy certain and try these. Unless we try, we'll not know whether this will really succeed. And so we need a lot of help from the medical fraternity and the digital fraternity to come together and say, look, this is what we will get together to work on. If we do not try, and what Sanjeev says is the biggest failure is if you do not try. So we need to try, and the area that we are trying, there's a lot that can be impactful. A little thing that we today say is, this is okay, this will take care of some lung issues in the villages post-COVID, right? But imagine the small hard work that 5 people came together to do could impact the lives of millions and billions of people around the world. So you are sitting in a place which has a very high level of impactful results that are possible. So with that, I would request, please reach out to us, and we'll like to reach out to you as well. When we send you an email, please do not just say, I am not giving you feedback. Your feedback should be, this is what I will work with you. This is what I will try with you. This is where we will take the risk and do something with you. If you all agree, I think I need your method of claps and things, that we are all here together to do something magical. Do we all agree? 3 thumbs. Thank you. And next cycle when we do, I want some of you to come on the dais and say, look, we did this in last 3 months and this is the result. This is the impact. Let's distribute this impact to the nation and the global. And we are here to help, support, facilitate, do whatever. We are 24/7 available for you. Thank you very much for coming over here.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure it's been a great day and you'll agree to this. We hope you had an insightful day with us. Thank you so much for joining us. There's tea served outside. I'm sure you'd like to network over tea, so over to you. Thank you so much. Goodbye and God bless. Thank you.
I mean, very specifically for SciEx, very, very, very large amounts of data that are automatically looked for peak searching. What used to be painful and days to do. When I did X-ray diffraction, I mean, you have Debye cameras, you do camera work, you develop the film, you look at the density, you look at books to find out if there is a phase transformation. Now there are micro wells that do reactions and do these things automatically, and you can do thousands of experiments that I used to take a day to do in a matter of minutes. So there is a computing power that has come in that's amazing. The other one is data access and data. So very large disparate sets of data are coming together, and there are data scientists in this team. There are panels here. I mean, Prasad is going to be talking about AI and getting into a lot into the technology side of technical side of things. But data is now ubiquitous, data is available, data is curatable, data is connectable, and very large amounts of data is easily transferable. So there is availability of data, there is computing power. I mean, we used to talk about bioinformatics as a wave. That's history now. Now we are only talking about deep learning and AI and Gen AI and things of that nature. These are all evolutions of the same thing. And the last bit about it is the whole access and accelerating and the sort of the regulatory framework and the medical community coming together and embracing this as a technology. Earlier, I mean, when I was small and went to a doctor, there was a touch and feel and a diagnosis based on their historic information. Now telemedicine, doctors frequently are not in the same room that you are in. So there is a mindset shift where the medical community is coming together, embracing large amounts of data, large capabilities of accelerated analysis to now come up with insights. All of this converges together into machine learning, deep learning, AI, Gen AI. And the beauty of it is it doesn't have the one fallacy that every scientist or every human being has, which is a bias. When we are taught scientific methodology to not be biased, come up with a hypothesis, validate, invalidate it. But every hypothesis I can ever come up with is based on certain biases that I have or certain knowledge that I have. And a computer can now come up with equally plausible and equally convinced itself, bias-free. I mean, it can say, you know, X is this or X is exactly the opposite of that, and just try these experiments out. Massive scale. So speed is what this is inaugurated. The way Danaher looks at AI and many of the meta companies is, there are, I forget the code, who made the code, they say any early stage technology, there is a lot of We overestimate the immediate impact and terribly underestimate the long-term impact. And I think AI is yet another, and you can insert any technology in here when you think about cell and gene therapy, genomics, genetic medicine, personalized medicine. We are not looking at solving world hunger and every disease in this world in the next 5 years with this, but for very targeted applications and questions. Digital pathology is something I think Sanjeev talked about. There are algorithms now that can aid pathologists to improve the outcome, speed, and you can get multiple consults across on a basis that's already sort of set for you through an AI algorithm. And once that is set, it's easy to translate that across ethnicities, across populations. We work with, for example, Tata Memorial Hospital, where the AI algorithm for lung cancer that they have does not predict it well for the Indian patients that Tata Memorial in Bombay is seeing, because our exposure to dust levels, for example, or our exposure to tuberculosis bug is very different from the rest of the world. So your baseline needs to be shifted. But the same algorithm with tons of data, which is what India has, very, very quickly can be tweaked to make it much more powerful and precise for the variances that we see within our population. The government is playing a great role in making healthcare accessible to all through more and more insurance schemes, and also these research centers getting and regulations coming in the way to accelerate innovation around it. So we are at a beautiful confluence of many technologies coming together. You can call it deep learning, AI, Gen AI, whatever. But the world there is a definite tipping point that we cannot come back from. Yes, I mean, is this Skynet coming and Terminators coming to take over, or is it going to solve world hunger? There are two ends to the Hollywood or Bollywood stories on what this may lead to. I think reality will be somewhere in the middle, and it depends on who is driving it. And this is no different from any other technology. I mean, when Dolly or cloning was first invented, oh my God, there was so much hangama around. Is this going to destroy human individuality? When it comes to genetic disorder treatment through CRISPR-Cas9, so the gene editing, there's always a question around ethics, and I'm a very, very big optimist. I mean, I have to be at this age, right? And the human beings will find the right way. There are going to be interesting side, journeys that we will all read about. But in general, progress is unidirectional, and it is making the world a lot better today than it was 25 years ago. And we'll go a lot deeper into any of this if you would like.
Ravi seems to be convinced that we are at an inflection point, and before I go to Ram, I'll give a little bit of a gap so that he can, one, A, catch his breath, and B, also, they are also a manufacturer who doesn't know GE Healthcare. Probably there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't do. Before that, I want Srini Mahalingam from GS Labs Gaps to weigh in, because they're more of a pure software kind of a player. I want his perspective, since they work with some of the largest medtech companies in the world, as well as with some of the largest hospital chains in the country too, in India. So if you could weigh in with your perspective, Srini, then we will have Ram come in. Okay?
Sure, Venkatesh, thank you. Venkatesh gave me only 5 minutes. I should have used AI's help to compress my 5 hours content into this 5 minutes. I didn't do that today morning. Anyway, good morning everyone. Thank you so much, Nasscom, for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks to you all for participating in this and the opportunity I got this year.